was me.
Yeah, it was him because I just watched the recap.
Also, yeah, the recording is up, so no hard R's.
Right. Hey, the only person that's to worry about that is you, but
You.
anyways, let's see.
Yeah, that's why he brought it up. He has to remind himself.
The magical D6 has designated the number 5 in 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, that's Kyo. Hope you did your homework. If you want recaps, by the way, they don't have to be like super extravagant. Just quick, concise, hit all the main bullet points, and then like a minute, not even. So, yeah.
I remember. My brain is expanding rapidly. I remember what happened 2 weeks ago.
Got a blast!
Guys, I'm not like Joe. I can remember.
I think they call that a brain aneurysm.
I have the thing, but I don't want to press it because we are recording.
Last time on Oh Shit, Oh Fuck, We're in Hell, the party continued onwards to a town that was on fire after a few more encounters with a mysterious entity that was assisting us occasionally with certain things. We entered the town, people on fucking fire.
Spicy.
They were screaming, so our good friend, who was the one that fucking extinguished the first guy?
Oh, it was me, I think.
Yeah.
Our good friend, Lord Cobweb, used some of his icy hot to extinguish them.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
As you do, walk it off. Just walk it off.
Shortly, they, then grasped at the person who was on fire, now not, grasped at Lord Cobweb, wanting to be free from this hell before catching fire again. And then the entity that was assisting us showed itself in what we assume is its form, took us to its beach house in Florida, and had dinner with us. Well, attempting to make a deal with us, which we originally struck up a deal with them, one we assume is still on. Words. Zosros.
It's a tongue twister.
My tongue is not ready for that. Anyways, Zosros, after making that deal, our good old friend, the Lantern Committee, known as Jenna fucking Sis,
The Council of Nerds.
yeah, the Council of Fragmented Souls, decided, I bet, then said, okay, to create the seal breaker, we need to kill ourselves a few times.
Jesus.
And by that, I mean destroy a few of the souls within the lanterns.
Yep.
Zosros did not like that, so our friend Destined made another deal. One we're not sure if it went through. After we got engaged by angels,
Oh no.
and Genesis got us the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
Jedi.
Be nice.
Janai.
Jedi.
A bit odd to see an angel appear in a place like hell, but stranger things have happened in the past.
Yeah, the
Stranger
very
things have yet to
followers.
happen in the future. In any case, in the height of nearly avoiding a very bad situation, Genesis teleported everyone save for Destined back towards the Hellgates, which leads back into the overworld and away from this infernal landscape. And I believe at the end of last session, everyone had agreed it's best to get out while you still can. And that brings us to the present moment where Genesis is floating over towards the mouth of the portal and is preparing to go through.
Dagny's right behind him.
And off you would go. You step over this wet, bloody stone. It's increasingly clear that a lot of beasts within the hellscape of Vernus have noticed that a portal to the overworld is open. Perhaps it's best not to linger here. Is everyone essentially agreeing to go through the portal?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think that's...
I think we're done with our
Time
tenure
to
in
go.
Spiceland. We're going to Flavortown now.
All right.
Time for diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Yeah.
Bruh.
It was a good show. Shut up.
I know it's a good show, but still.
You're going
That was
just
so
seed and feed.
With the adrenaline still easing out of everyone's veins, you would all go through the mouth of this hell portal with one final curious glance over your shoulders, wondering what will become of Destined. But the distant rumbling of combat, even from here, echoing through the jagged mountains of Avernus, tell a tale of great strife. They're still fighting that angel back there, but it's not a fight for you to sit around and see what happens. And everyone would step through the portal and is sent slingshotting across space-time. There we are.
Oh, wah wah wee wah.
Being a little more stomached for this experience, you would be sent in every which direction. Not sure how to process this experience, just to survive it. Coming through towards the other side, you see a pinprick of light, expecting to come back towards the far side of that hell portal you had done well to sacrifice yourselves in some capacity to create. But you find that when you get spit out, you're not exactly where you were beforehand. Being sent rocketing out of the far side of the portal, you would all be sent careening into a familiar mess of time and space. As you look to see fragments of at what point was a cave are now given way to something a little less comprehensible. And there are the jagged rocks that at one point were leading up to a solid exit is now a otherworldly landscape. Gravity has been disregarded, and with all the momentum of coming out of the hell portal, you would land right into this spatial temporal soup. And you're tumbling, every single one of you. Genesis would go off into a different direction, as everyone else is in directions of their own. Dexterity saving throws from everyone to see if you can grab onto a piece of stone to stop yourself from careening into madness any further.
Can I do my trick from last time and just try and orient myself by flying? Because there's apparently still air and oxygen here.
Yeah, we can substitute your saving throw for an acrobatics roll.
So we're just free falling, like straight free falling?
Free falling without gravity, so falling in arbitrary directions.
Oh, lovely.
I prefer the term falling with style.
Lit.
Bruh.
Bye, Dagny. It was nice knowing you.
Bruh.
The worst possible fucking time, bro. God, my
Flies
first
into
roll
a
of the
wall,
fucking session.
snaps your neck.
Like, bruh.
You can have a little Eldritch Horror as a treat.
Let's see how the good doctor holds up.
Dead.
Hey, not too bad. There we are. Let's see. Move that there. Move this here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Am I missing? Am I crazy? Are we missing a roll from someone? Oh, Cobweb,
No,
we have to
you're
roll.
good.
Or did he?
Oh no, he didn't.
Cobweb. You with us, Muda?
He's dead!
That's a shame.
Oh, Jesus.
Move
I
it.
can roll on his behalf until he gets
is
back.
still in the chat, so it's not like he.
No, he's
locked
here.
out
He's
or
just, I
something.
don't know, he probably stepped away or something. I will roll for him. Let's see how poor old Cobweb holds up.
Not terrible.
Sorry, I'm back. My bad.
That's
We
fine.
just rolled deck save for cobweb, that's all.
I rolled
boy.
for you. Yeah, you came out of the portal, and it looks like the little area that housed the portal has been ripped asunder, as there is now nothing but madness waiting for you at the bottom of this, whatever it is. And the DC was 15, so it looks like we have Dagny, who was less than fortunate. Not one. As for Disa, you had a different DC, which is much lower, and you managed to flap your wings with your heart pounding as you're finding yourself in madness all the same once again. After a few moments, you gather yourself and manage to still yourself. The only point of... Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't want to, because I imagine I'm like spiraling into madness after going through that fucking worm tunnel. I'll
Yep.
to impose a fucking save on myself to keep my stomach.
That's a shame.
Nope. I know. I imagine as Jesus fucking flapping and blizzing through the air, just a bit green at the gills, and then bleh, and then vomit.
You see this pukish green blob exit out of your mouth and go shooting off into the madness, and it's quickly lost within this craziness. You imagine, were it not for your feathered abilities, you would be among it. But you would still yourself. The only point of reference you have among this churning madness is looking straight up at this hole that seems to lead back up to whence you came. The only thing that still has any reason to it. As for everyone else, except for Dagny, there are stones that are fractured but seem to have a bit of stability to them, as though to cling to the last sentiments of where they once stood before all of this descended into madness. And you all managed to cling onto rocks, stalactites or otherwise, within a good 100-foot radius of the center point of where the room used to be. As for Dagny, you're not so fortunate. You go to grab onto a rock, but you're tumbling so hard you end up hitting your head and missing the grip. And you see firsthand that you are careening off into this crazy light. And the more you drift, the more your friends are left in the distance. You have an immediate action if you have anything up your sleeve.
Fuck it. I'll cast fly on myself.
Hey! Smart play. Alright. Let's ping the spell.
To fly like an eagle to the sea.
Not being one to slip away into a spatial temporal unknowable fate after having come so far, you bolster yourself with fly and would stop midair. Or at least you're pretty sure you did. It's hard to get a reference.
Like, I'm gonna try and angle myself and push myself towards, like, a nearby structure that I can grab onto.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's a good chunk of rock that you see Cobweb and Dr. Percy are clung to closer towards the now center of the craziness, just below the spiral here, back up to a more recognizable area.
Yeah, I'll start flying towards that way.
You do so. Percy's looking at everyone wide-eyed, and he's looking down at you, Cobweb, with you being closest. Don't suppose that we could find those generators and start them up again?
Yeah, no, that sounds like a plan. Okay, so the environment is 0G, right?
Yeah.
But there's still an atmosphere. There's still, like, air?
Yep.
Okay.
And, one thing I will point out, Dagny, as you went careening further out into nothing, you felt the air begin to thin.
Yeah, making a mental note of that, and anyone I get close to, I will say, try and stay away from those portals. That's where air starts to become a little thinner.
Okay. Okay, so, testing a theory, Cobweb, let's go, and he would like to cast Gust, to sort of maneuver himself, by pushing himself with the wind.
Oh.
Sort of like, those precision astronaut suits, kinda.
Gotcha.
Alright.
It takes a little bit of fancy work to gain your composure, but you find that you're able to throw a gust of wind from your hands, and the gust would propel you in the opposite direction. So, in this environment, you're able to just gently propel yourself backwards style towards whatever direction you aim your back at. It's a bit awkward. You have to look over your shoulder and kind of get the hand gesture just right to not get the angle wrong, but it's functional.
Who am I closest to?
Right now, you are closest to Nadira. From Nadira, you are clung to a very large stalactite, You're maybe what looks to be 200, 300 feet away from reaching the lowest recesses of the top of the cavern, back to solidified terrain.
I'll
Cool.
zoomst over to Nadira. And then Poker. Hey, you have rope? String?
Actually, I do. Oddly enough, for once, I have a helpful thing. Yeah, what are you
Ooh.
thinking?
Do what we did last time. Meatball on a string.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't a terrible idea. Looking at Diza, is she, in terms of like flight, does flying seem okay, or is it like there's way more effort involved? The flying's not going like flying should be going in terms of like naturality.
You can see that with the way she's able to propel herself in this environment, it's easier than to fly normally without having to work against gravity constantly. A few quick flutters of the wings, and she can just careen herself wherever she wants.
And this is a fairly large cavern that we're in at the moment, like just in terms of the whole space.
Oh, it's large now. So much so that the furthest recesses you can't even perceive the end of.
I kind of just want to turn into a fucking bird, but the rope idea is not bad. I will hand Disa the rope, and then I will turn into a giant eagle.
Ooh.
Because then I can also carry people. So.
All right. Just make sure you keep track of your wild shapes.
Yeah, I already did.
So you're wrapping this rope around you first and then transforming?
Yeah. And then giving
Easy.
the other end to Disa so that it's kind of, we can work together to make a police.
Easily done. You secure this around your waist, giving yourself some slack as you understand your eagle form is a little bit larger, and you manage to get the proportions just right as you would use your wild shape to assume a giant eagle. And the rope is nice and snug, but not too tight, giving you freedom of movement.
I imagine then we're one by one going to everyone else and making sure they got a hand on the rope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone happens to either have a handhold or some method of traveling about the madness. And before long, the two of you flying around, would manage to swoop by everyone nearby, where they have an opportunity to grab onto the rope, where I imagine everyone is following suit.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Where's Genesis while all this is happening?
Roll perception.
That's better. 23.
You look around and see there's no immediate sign of him, but then you spot what appears to be a few stars in what looks like this nebulous background, only to do a double take and see that some of these stars are in motion and realize these look like little soul fragments that are moving around. After a while you're grabbing onto the rope and getting everyone together, you see that a lot of these stars come together, and in the distance, Genesis would reform. He had split at some point. It looks like he was maybe surveying what had become of this place. And slowly he would float back over towards everyone else and would reconvene. And let me see if I can get this up again. This is a refresher. He would reform before everyone. There he is. And he would speak, addressing everyone firsthand.
We detect all infernal stability generators are offline. We calculate a destabilization surrounding the isle within a 10-mile radius and rising. Worldly methods of travel are ineffective.
Is there a way to restart the generators? I mean, we took your souls out of them.
We had conducted a reconnaissance scan to try and locate them. There are an estimated 3 in the immediate vicinity. We were unable to locate any of them.
Could they have fallen into one of those portals?
It is likely, yes. Recovering that at this point is unlikely and poses needless danger.
How long before the Isle is completely dissipated?
We currently cannot make precise estimations, but we would estimate that a matter of days is how long it takes before the local area is completely rented.
Is there no way to reverse this?
We would need to devise a method to contain this miasma. The miasma is created through a crack in the heliostone below the Isle. What you are witnessing here is Helios bleeding.
This is Helios's blood?
That is correct. This is much of the same power that is in the veins that you can call heliostone.
This blood, it's capable of stopping time?
It is capable of manipulating spatial temporal aspects of this world.
Whatever happened that day, it's been leaking all over the island. It's spread across. Like, me using Dispel Magic kind of stops it for a time, but it eventually slowly makes its way back to where it was. That makes so much sense.
This miasma is resistant to lesser means of magic. This crack was created by an object that crashed into Helios some eons ago. However, the source object appeared to be inert, but the damage it caused is apparent here. The existence of the Isle was made in an effort to contain this leakage.
So something did land here.
Much before our time.
Is there a way to heal Heliostone?
Heliostone is largely unaffected by our worldly methods. The closest we came to having a power in our grasp to modify Heliostone was the seal. Unfortunately, that power was relinquished.
So the only way to do it would be to create a new seal?
Creating a seal required the very power that we found. The power below it may be able to manipulate Heliostone in any way seen fit, but this is untested.
So there's no way of saving this Isle. There's so much left on here. There's so many answers we haven't found.
Methods of containment can be reached. However, hypothesizing methods to solve this issue is not something best done here.
Right. If you know of the way out, we'll follow.
Worldly travel would not be advisable and is a fruitless gesture. We can take you somewhere that will provide an asset to your incoming recovery of your kingdom.
Wait, what about the surface? Yudravon's still up there.
The surface will continue to decay. Helping it is currently not within our ability.
I mean, if you can bring him to safety, he's an elf, dressed in blue.
Without being in my direct proximity, I'm afraid I'm unable to assist him. However, once you are redirected to safety, I can return and make an effort to recover your friend.
Okay.
With that, he would nudge everyone close together. Given you're all on the rope, it doesn't take much. And he prepares a magical incantation, just as he did back in the Hellscape. Looks like he's preparing to cast Teleport.
Just keeping an eye out for any signs of danger.
One thing you do notice looking up, going off your previous perception check, it almost looks like the way up is receding, as if it is drifting further away, and these stone-like descending staircases are being stretched thinner and thinner until they fragment into pieces and drift off into the madness. It's definitely accelerating.
She just posits a question in her mind and holds it until they get to safety.
After a few moments, the teleport that he is priming would begin, and you are taken somewhere safer. You take a look at your surroundings, and most of you would find that they are quite familiar. You are at the base of the large heliostone doors that houses the war room at the top of the cliff. You look and see that there are abandoned tents to many of your immediate shoulders. You've escaped the Isle. Well, mostly everyone.
Gate makes sense now. As she looks at the doors.
There's no sense in just sitting around. We gotta break that seal.
That is correct. You now possess the means to open the seal. However, we have witness memories from the cartographer core within your possession, and we deduce that more is needed than just the seal breaker to have a successful chance at achieving our goal. You require allies, assets, power.
We need more than the seal breaker?
That is correct. The occupancy of Helios is not one to be underestimated. The ones that had sieged your kingdom are formidable.
Hero and Dawn.
That is correct.
Well, we know part of their weakness, but they have stronger forces than we do.
Judge that this can be evened. However, this will need to wait. We judge that you would need to catch your rest beforehand. It seems that you have all grown weary from interdimensional travel. You will need your strength in the coming endeavors.
I understand. Suppose we could head into the war room. I'm not sure how the other people of Highshire will feel about your presence.
We will see soon enough. Either way, I offer my services as best I can. My time with you is limited, as my ability to aid your ongoing effort to reclaim your home is a short-lived one. I will need to return to the Isle to contain the interdimensional threat that is the miasma leaking out the heliostone. I, regrettably, am the only person capable.
Yes, of course. And please, try and help Idravok. Get him back here.
We will do our utmost to scan for any survivors. We will see if anyone originally caught within the miasma of Cradle Leak can also be saved. However, no guarantees can be made. I'm not at full strength.
Save who you can.
Very well.
And you see that Genesis once again. You're not sure how many times he can do this because it's a very powerful spell. There would be another booming discharge of a spell going off, and he's gone.
Bye-bye, Lamp Man.
What a long day.
Yeah, I know, we got teleported like 3 fucking times.
It was fun. My
I'm
stomach is full of jelly.
I hope.
Yeah,
sure
I
hope
think
he
that's
does
mild
okay.
ego death.
I sure hope he gets out okay.
Idravok's a tough guy.
I wasn't talking about Idravok.
Oh?
Despite his standoffishness, Destined or Azeroth, whatever his name was, he did well.
The Rock was a spice man in disguise. Saved us from the pigeon.
He did. Enough of reminiscing. We should.
I regret what I said earlier. To the bigger spice man. About
What?
trading destined, letting other people die. Not sure if that's right.
That's called guilt, Disa.
This feels horrible.
It does. It's not a good feeling.
Look, don't feel too bad. The decision was mostly Dustin's anyway. And he bet his honor as a warrior, and, well, all we can really do is have faith that we'll see him again. But maybe not. Whatever. You guys ready to head in? My dogs are barking.
Think more than your dogs are barking, my lord.
Yeah.
What's a dog?
Oh yeah, no, that's the smell of sepsis in my eye.
Oh my lord! I start walking forward.
No, wait, come here. Check it out.
No! I swear to God, if I catch the scent of that, I'm gonna vomit all over you.
That reminds me, B-Man.
Yeah.
That little, especially being back here, that little fucking light ball that a wizard here gave me. Do I still have that fucking thing hovering over my head?
It's not hovering over your head. It went in there maybe 10 minutes after that was handed to you.
Oh, so I like lost it immediately. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really have pockets. If you didn't store it someplace, then it's gone.
I still don't have pockets.
That's a shame.
What a shame.
Well,
Prison
We
wallet.
stole your pockets.
But yeah.
We'll fashion you a bird backpack out of fucking, I don't know, sticks or something.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and springboard off Aerithal and take flight to get up the little cliff faster.
Okay. Yeah. You would fly up high, having a significant lead on everyone else, and would see that there's a good number of people that are around the war room area. You can see that surrounding the structure, there's definitely a few more tents that appear to be pitched surrounding the region. It looks like some trees have been felled to create some of a makeshift perimeter. It looks like everyone is doing their utmost to create a sort of space around the war room to better protect it and be better accommodating of a larger group of people. And it seems like people have already done well to do just that. There's more people around than there was previously, and you think that maybe the teleportation circle magic network thing, whatever those silly humans do, is working wonders.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to wait for the main group of people to catch up. Then I wanted to do something funny.
Gotcha. I presume everyone is heading up the long, winding path that goes up the cliffside.
yeah, Dagny's walking with purpose.
All right. It takes a good 10-15 minutes of huffing and puffing. Dagny, you, even though you're not as frail as you used to be, you do find yourself relying on your leg augmentations a little bit to keep up pace, but ultimately everyone would re-arrive at the top of the cliff where the war room is dead ahead. You can see that there's a good amount of people that are around the perimeter, both building and keeping a lookout, where it looks like they have spotted you.
As they're kind of spotted and approaching, I did want to cast Major Image to, I'll just plot that down, but I did want to create a Major Image on them of kind of like a colorful, almost like parade streamers around the group as they're moving, accompanied by a trumpet going.
To our
That's what I'm
weary
fucking talking about.
to our weary travels of Patrol 26, there is an unseen standing ovation that would suddenly greet you as you are through great physical labor finally at the top, and you are showered with seemingly applause.
That's new.
Cobweb takes a bow. Oh, thank you.
I'd try and grab one of the streamers.
Hand goes right through it. What a shame.
Just have a vague idea who did it.
They.
Yeah, the trumpet is heralding their arrival.
Mm.
You see, Dr. Percy has a bit of a weak smile to this, but it eventually is washed over, and he would look back down at the dirt. He appears to be lost in thought, perhaps troubled by something, but he's ultimately keeping to himself all the same.
Doctor,
Huh?
are you well?
I have a lot to think about after seeing Helena and understanding everything that happened to the Isle, what's happening now. I don't really have a life to go back to anymore.
Maybe this is a chance for a fresh start.
That's something that I'm going to have to come to terms with in silence.
You don't have to go through it alone.
I prefer to. But I do know that what I know about how the world used to be and everything at the Isle, it could be of use to all of you. To those who are curious on the way things were constructed, or the war machines, the history, everything. I need some time to air out before we do all that.
Of course, you do still need to rest.
Yeah. And with that, his hands are in his pocket, and he kicks a pebble off the cliffside. He definitely needs some time. I presume everyone is moving forward.
I just give the doctor like a pat on the back before I rejoin the others.
Yeah. He would give a smile and a nod and kind of acknowledges that you're there for him. But before long, you cross the newly established perimeter and would make it to this settlement proper. You see Percy
Nice
would
to be back.
go off to a corner and takes a load off. He's had enough, so it seems.
I'm sensing an aura of Linkin Park.
Cobweb puts both pinkies in his mouth and whistles at the top of his lungs. I need a water skin.
You hear a voice call back.
Oh, is that the Lord? Is he back already?
That's great.
Maybe he can help us with this. He can help us with it. Shut the fuck up. We got this. We don't need anyone else to prove that we can do it.
You can see as everyone is filing in, indeed there are more people here, and a lot of them have some pretty distinct ways of being dressed. It seems like a network of sort has been established between here and at the very least Point Fireheart and maybe other settlements that you have yet to see. It looks like now that this place is a bit more established and is definitely a safe spot compared to other places in the world currently, that people have wasted no time coming through. You can see that a lot of the nooks and crannies of this place, the documentation, all of it has been picked apart and reorganized, and there's people at these tables going through and just examining everything. This place is a treasure trove of history. But for Cobweb, you look and see there's the three stooges of your goblin admirers who give a bit of an applause of their own to see their lord come back. There is something curious between the three of them. It looks like a giant chiseled chunk of ice that, based on the wet drag marks on the floor, was hauled in here.
Where the hell did you guys get ice?
Oh, you're never gonna believe this. There's like ice everywhere, right? Like it just sort of was like jagged and all over the place. You'd think a hot place like the jungle tree area wouldn't have it, but it's kind of showed up.
That's no ordinary ice.
It tasted ordinary.
Probably because it came from a white dragon's gullet.
I want to fly over and lick the ice.
Yeah, I was about to say we're gonna need a second opinion.
Disa, you walk over or fly over, however your method is, and would give a curious lick. And you see that it has a bit of a jagged, frosted edge, but you take a lick, and it's cold. It's refreshing, especially after your long day. But you see there's a glimmer of a strange color coming from inside this ice. And you instinctively take a peek to look through your lick mark and see that there's something inside. There's a person inside of this ice chunk.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, he's probably dead, but I mean, we found him like a, popsicle out of hell, so we just kind of dragged him over. We're gonna see if he has anything shiny on him.
Like hell. Here, let me see if I can help.
Yeah, and we'll give you one of our picks. Sorry, it's basically just a broken shovel, but I mean, if you use it right.
Fair enough. Okay. So, could I use, shape water to sort of, make some of the ice flake off?
Let's see here. You freeze the water provided there are no creatures in it. Unfreezes after an hour. So you can definitely shape liquid water, and you can freeze it as well.
I would say if
unfreezing
he
it
has
is-
the ability to freeze, it would make sense that he can unfreeze, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I'd say that doing this greatly lets you assist them. There's bits of water that are beading off, so you're able to take those beads and form them up into something like a floating little pick that you refreeze into ice and would tick away at other bits. And his process is going to take the better part of an hour, but with you assisting them, you're going to have this guy out in no time, and his loot will be yours.
I'm quote-unquote helping, but I'm more so just fucking around on top of the ice because it's fun on the slip slide surface.
Yeah. As it gets increasingly thawed, it gets increasingly wet, and maintaining your balance is getting more and more difficult. Just give me a acrobatics check to see if you can stay on top of the wet ice. Yeah.
Damn.
Doesn't take long for you to get the hang of things. Having your claws dig into the melting ice is also a bit of a help. And Erithal, one interesting thing that you notice being in the back of the group and looking at everything else going about in this room, you do see there is that floating orb that was in the center of the room that was projected at that blank wall, and would find that there is a cloak now over it. You think the people may have made a similar jarring discovery and have since covered it, not wanting to see it again.
Understandable. Wait, don't we have the diamond lens?
I do. It's still in the bag of holding.
Technically my property.
You ain't got pockets.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in your possession, but now that you think on it, you think that, because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you guys did kind of relay what you discovered to them when you last slept here, that they are understandably wary of it and don't want to mess with it anymore, and
Right.
have kind of covered it off.
Comprehension.
Oh,
Yes.
wait. Bob. Hey, Bob. Bob!
What's that?
Since he's dead, can I eat this one?
I mean, you had to cook him first. You have to cook him first, at least.
Honestly, can you at least give the man a chance to see if he's actually dead or not?
I call dibs on his boots.
Cobweb.
What do you mean? He's not gonna need them.
You're half his size. I doubt they'd fit you.
What did you just say?
Nah, he's totally dead. Look, he's not breathing or anything.
Well, you don't know yet. Let's get him out of the ice first.
I don't know, man. He's got icicles in his nose. This is fucking crazy. I think one of his fingers just fell off. Ching, ching, ching.
Oh, we have a good use for that finger. We call dibs.
Oh, Jesus.
Are all goblins like this? Just
Hey, that's kind of
Moving-
racist.
Wait a minute. I'm the one who broke it off. It's mine.
Oh, it's not broken off. It's just the ice cracking, you ding dong.
Oh, God.
Whatever.
Well, I'll break it off anyways. You know, there's 9 others. It's not for everyone.
Jesus. This has spiraled.
I called
Disa,
it
you
from the
you have a good vantage point being on top of the ice chunk, and you look closer, eager to try out some new flesh, and you look long and hard at this person, and you see that their appearance is a bit jarring, but you would
Whoa.
see, after a while, one of the eyes, the eyelid twitches a little bit.
Oh, it's not dead.
What are you talking about? Dead things twitch all the time.
If you say
Called
so.
rigor mortis.
After a while, there would be the goblin with like the big ice pick. It's like, all right, stand back. I got this. All right, and 1, and a 2, and yeah, fuck it. Let's see how we do. And I'm gonna have him make a roll for this. Oh, that's a 1.
Damn.
damaging the floor.
B-man.
Yep.
Smashes
If
his
I
thumb.
see he's about to, like, actually just slam so far in that it hits the person, could I stop him and, say, perhaps more magic means to free him would be useful? Could I cast Burning Hands, but kind of, like, make it so it just more like melts more condensed on the ice rather than, you know,
Like a
him.
blowtorch.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would stop this guy right as he's about to make a strike that was
And
very
so-
close to the top and probably would go right for this guy's head. They're not really known for their precision. You stop him and would shove the goblins aside and create a bit of a strike area, and you angle your flames so they would lap the side and do not burn the center and cause any damage towards the frozen man. And with a roll like that, in a matter of moments, with some flames wreathing this mansicle, there would be a crack of the ice, and a man, now unfrozen, falls to the ground, gasping for air. And to that man, you're waking up, and you're a bit fuzzy, and you feel really, really cold.
Aw, he's alive.
You would see him draw breath.
What is it? You just get a close-up shot of 4 goblins standing over you.
Oh no, you little kleptos.
Jackstill, did you want to describe your character?
Alrighty then.
It's your new character!
What you see before you seems to be an, like, relatively middle-aged, almost 50-year-old man. About 6 foot tall with dark greenish black hair, undercut, green and yellow snakeskin with a dark green spotted pattern, slitted pale green yellow eyes that seem to just be empty, slightly pointed ears. Around his neck he's got a necklace of finger bones, wears an old-looking, well-worn, black and dark green tailcoat style hooded robe, think like Assassin's Creed style.
Hmm.
And underneath you could see his dark steel scale mail and a vambrace style buckler shield strapped to his left arm, and a like a duffel bag style backpack slung over his shoulder with a really old and now really wet what was it, in like a stuffed owl bear, a little toy.
I just kind of call out to whoever's near. I need dry blankets over here.
You see there's the pair that you had saved from the bridge, Felix and Dana, who are off helping organize a lot of the findings here, that come and give you a warm greeting and even warmer blankets. and they wrap them around you, Jaxel. And wow, that was needed. You were
I'm so cold.
Well, I mean, okay, shit, he's alive.
All right, back up, you lot. Scram.
I mean, look at living or not, there's like a finder's fee. If he had not been found by us, he probably
I
would
said
have died.
scram.
He wasn't dead. It was just suspended animation.
I mean, come on,
Whatever.
there's legal loopholes to whatever. This isn't over.
the
It
three
is
of them
right
would
now.
careen off to a corner.
Yeah,
Okay.
right there.
I was frozen and now I'm somewhere else. Where am I?
You're in a special war room. Probably a good while away from Highshire.
I wasn't even nowhere near Highshire.
We're in the Tritoral area.
Okay. Is that anywhere near Osara?
You're from Osora?
No, I'm originally from the Undershire, but me and a large group of us were looking for a new home. Wanted to go. We found a whole bunch of areas. Now that we're not really all that good, and eventually we found Osora.
You found it.
Yeah. It was a lot of hard work.
What's the last thing you remember?
A horde of white dragons freezing me and my buddies.
Oh,
I knew it.
Uh-oh!
wow, that's crazy. I
Well,
never.
it
know,
isn't
it's the consequences of my
actions.
This goblin is taller than the others.
He's not a goblin.
I am not a goblin.
He's green, therefore goblin.
I know a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
know.
goblins, but I'm not one of them.
You say that you and your people were Undershire natives. I've never seen
Correct.
anybody like you.
Well, as far as I'm aware, I'm one of one, especially now that my dad's dead. So, yeah.
Oh.
Yeesh.
No, it's fine. I'm the one who killed him.
What, oh,
My God, what a positive attitude.
If you don't mind my asking, what do you call yourself?
Jackstol.
Jackstall.
Axe.
Well,
Yuan T. If you want that. Race.
my stepmother is Yuan T, so you're not the first one I've met. My name is Dagny Silverhide. And these are my compatriots as I gestured to the rest of the group.
What's up?
Hi.
name's Arathol.
So, what is happening around here?
Well, the three goblins, they found you and brought you here. We are essentially taking shelter here as the city of Highshire has been besieged, as you probably well know, by outside forces.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're basically on a mission to save the world or whatever.
Yes.
Do I have a little tidbit for you?
No?
It may be of help, but may not be. I happen to find an exceedingly large, I guess, how would I say,
Banana?
container? A container of some kind. That was talking to me.
Container? Where?
Yeah. Over in the Osara. In some sort of even larger, like, war creation, just this big, like, siege engine.
Siege engine.
Yeah.
Like did it have like a shape? Was it more like a carriage or more like a war forged?
If you would mix them two together, probably.
War machine. I think we need to tell Genesis about this when he gets back. Say that to the group, of course.
In the meantime, hey, your boots are really wet. You should maybe let me take a look at those.
Cobweb, no.
No, my lord, it is not nice to steal from people who are still living.
What? I wasn't gonna steal them.
How about this? I sling my back, kind of shuffle off the blankets a little bit, or make room, and I want to search my bag, and I want to grab my cigar box and flip it open and see if any of my cigars are wet.
They are all sodden. You feel like with a good amount of work, a nice dry environment, and some careful drying off, maybe it'll be salvageable, but it's disheartening. This is gonna be a headache.
Shit. I just tossed the box over my shoulder. Well, there goes that idea.
One of the goblins wastes no time recovering it for themselves.
Can I have
Yeah.
No. And whoever just grabbed that, keep it. That's your little reward.
Yeah! See? There is a system to this after all.
He's for sure gonna go eat those.
I wouldn't put it past them.
Hey, whatever you gotta do to eat. I'm no stranger to that.
Question, Peter. What remains of
Yeah.
the ice cube?
But it's a few melting ice chunks that are on the ground. There's a very large puddle that is forming in the center of the room now, like in the centerpiece of the round tables.
I suppose just while the ice is still there, I'm just gonna mage hand and grabbing chunks of ice and eating it.
These pieces are a bit hard. It takes some time to get them to melt down into smaller pieces that are more easily edible. But yeah, you're making progress.
It is something new after all. You don't get to eat ice every day.
Disa's fairly new to the group. She's growing in intelligence, though. She's learning a lot from us.
Well, as far as I'm aware, harpies are relatively intelligent. I'm sure you could teach them a lot.
Well, she spoke very broken common, and now she can make full sentences. To the point where she negotiated with the devil itself.
Ah. Probably the smartest one out of here if she was able to make a deal with the devil.
Just deadpan look at him.
I am super smart.
I stare back with that, like, Cheshire grin that I have of the fangs that are poking out.
It'll be around this time that Kylak is finishing his business over in the far areas and comes over to join the group at large, seeing that the mansicle is now thawed, and gives a bit of a once-over. I had heard bits and pieces of the conversation that was going on. So you are from Highshire, huh?
Undershire.
It's all the same nowadays anyways. Well, you were among one of the other settlements, right? Did you have any teleportation circles set up? Were you along that network?
Nope.
You were one
Splinter
of the-
group of travelers. Looking to make a new home away from hell.
A splintered group. From Undershire, nonetheless. It's curious that Undershire would have had people leaving. It's one of the only remnant intact areas, but I suppose everyone has their reasons. Huh.
How many
You s-
settlements have you gotten in contact with?
Just
7.
Oh.
Although there's been quiet contact from 3 of them, and the others, well, they've already come and gone through here, as you can see. So it's an ever-changing thing, and we can have settlements that suddenly go off the grid by the day. It's not uncommon for us to set up our circle to go somewhere else, only for the circle to fail because the other end has been interrupted or reconfigured. It's not a perfect system out here.
Must be what's coming off, whatever's coming off the pillars affecting it.
I think it's people reconfiguring their circles during times of desperation. It's not unheard of for someone to settle down on a place, and then a monster will come out of nowhere, eat half of them, and then they have to scramble the circles so they don't leave any trace. Otherwise, people would go through the other side and die.
But the people passing through, where would they have gone? They didn't stay here?
I mean, there's people bouncing around from place to place to establish trade and keep up to date on things that have been going on in the kingdom, things going on outside, exchanging information, warning people that are in nearby regions on whatever's coming their way. It's a rough system, but it's something. It's about the best we can do.
It's a lot to take in.
Yeah, you're telling me. You're a little late to the party, 26. But we're glad you're here.
Well,
Ed-
we've been having a party of our own.
Is that right?
We went to Spiceland.
I'll say for brevity's sake, I imagine you're going to be giving all the details on everything you've accomplished.
Yeah.
You do exactly that. And while you're recounting, you see that there's a lot of people that are around conducting their business that look over their shoulder, and whether they're just catching with your conversation or recognizing you slowly, or the fact that you're in the center of the biggest room, you gather something of a crowd and would finish your story on finding the Isle of Contempt, the Hells, and Genesis, and everything that's going on. And there's quite a bit of commotion, and there's people talking over one another, breaking off into their conversations in various parts of the room. It's a lot to take in, even for them. And Kylak is a bit wide-eyed, giving nods, trying to maintain himself as he's something of a leader figure, so you imagine he's trying not to have any reactions that are going to get people excited. But you'd finish, and he takes a moment to mull it all over. So we have one of the greatest minds of the now dead world moving around again. That's huge. That's about the best thing we could have asked for.
Yes, but it's for a limited amount of time, so gather everything that you can from him, whatever he is willing to give, write it down.
Right. There's been a lot of mixed feelings about them making decisions and making the call for what direction the world was going to take all that time ago, but there's not a whole lot of people that were alive then that are still alive now to have grudges, so it's a controversial topic, to say the least, but everyone wants to go home. Everyone wants to see the world improved, so let's hope that your efforts were well placed. Also, this horde of white dragons has been causing quite a bit of trouble to quite a few of our scouts. We have lost a good chunk of people.
Yes,
And now that tells me
about that. It was not our intention to wake these white dragons, but
why even go into a place like that?
we were gathering something very important.
You mind sharing?
She will reach into the bag of holding, and she will pull out the third eye, just sort of holding it up for the whole room to see.
You produce the third eye of Sinadrea for everyone to see. Dagny, with you having direct contact with this gem in your hand, you can't help but feel a thrum of power that is coming from within this stone, as if treated in an otherworldly way that isn't necessarily known to you. But much like the soul lanterns, it seems to bear the faintest shiver of intelligence, as though it is beckoning you, trying to instruct you in some way, but it's not quite there. There's definitely a lot of potency behind this. And Kylak would look around the gem, kind of give it a close eye. Jeez. And how is this supposed to help us?
When I find another Praetor, I'll let you know. So I put it back into the bag.
Praetor?
Yes.
Well, is he gonna gonna help defeat them? I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen with, the sky fallen assholes. They had one. Maybe they had a stone just like this?
It's possible. Either way, we can use it to our advantage. There are 6 of those things, and 2 of them were in battle at Highshire.
Well, maybe if there's still one of them hanging around, we can take an assault and head straight for one. That'd be yeah, I can see why you took it. Let's just hope the dragons were worth it.
Yes.
All right, and with that, there's a great deal of people taking this information into consideration, and there's a good 30-40 people in this room, and there's even more in all the offshoots, but it seems like you gave them a lot to chew on right now, and you have time for yourselves to rest, think about the next move that you might want to make, as I say, both to your characters and to you guys as players, as you have a moment of peace. I think this is a good opportunity to take our 7-minute break.
Yeet.
Yeah, so I got pasta in the other room. Let's see.
I shouldn't
All
have
right.
hesitated. I should have fucking bit his finger off when I had a chance.
Boy, oh my god.
Damn.
Reconvene at 8:58ish.
Yeet.
Reconvene for the finger biting.
It's there.
Nothing, you're ugly. Don't have legs, forehead.
Oh! You see, Kyo was a drinker.
Disgusting!
And one night, he comes onto the Discord, angrier than usual.
So I shot
Daddy,
North.
chill.
Oh.
Ow.
Really, it's still that loud? I turned that down a fuck ton.
I like to imagine that ogre off in the corner has a bucket of endless fish that he's constantly eating.
It's got endless water pouring out of it too.
Honestly,
what?
I can't stand the fucking taste of fish. I hate it so much.
I mean, I only like salmon. What the hell is that item called?
A decanter of endless nut.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm sure if your DM was cool, he would let that happen. But it's it's the magic item that makes any kind of liquid come out of it or something like that. You could just choose. I can't remember what that's called.
Alchemy jug?
Maybe.
That's like the closest off the top of my head of what you're talking about.
Yes, it is the alchemy jug. Yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
He's dead. We killed him.
Oh.
Alright, Ruda, here's what we gotta do. We gotta kill this fellow so we can rob and eat him.
Alrighty, but only if I get the loose change.
I assure you, I do not taste that good.
I'll be the judge of that.
Oh lord.
I am the judge of that.
Unless you've eaten yourself, you can't say that for any accuracy.
Hey. Food is important, especially when you have none. So you gotta do what you gotta do.
I don't know what you're alluding to here. Are you like saying you're eating your own shit? Like what?
No, I'm not. I wasn't that homeless.
Cannibalism.
Correct.
I'm no cannibal. Well, technically I am, but if I eat one of you people, I'm not
Well,
a
I mean,
cannibal. We're different
technically-
species.
Oh, wow.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Technically, unless you've eaten other harpies, I don't think you count as a cannibal. I think you just count as an opportunistic carnivore, like whatever vultures are.
Yeah,
Murder hobo.
who knows?
Scavengers.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah.
Ask Disa, she's eaten another harpy sometime.
Me shouting out the intrusive thoughts, trying to make me shove the third eye of Sinadrea into my skull.
Would that mean you have 3 eyes or 2? Or 1 still?
I mean-
What a bloody one-eyed monster.
I mean, I don't think it would work as an eye.
Hey, you don't know till you try.
We can still hit one of his eyes.
No. My eyes are too cool. They have to stay in my head.
It's not too late to steal Veilheart's eye, Percy's eye.
Oh no.
Plop it in your skull.
Steal them both.
You're like, yeah, no, this one-eyed thing's not really my cup of tea.
Percy, you think, I think, you'd be good as a no-eye guy. Come here.
Yeah, oh, that's what's up.
Creepers, where'd you get those peepers? God, I love that fucking movie so much.
I think they're showing it for free on YouTube.
Yeah.
Free with ads, at least.
Yeah, 1 and 2 are really good. but then it
Jeepers Creepers?
Yeah.
Yes,
Then it went into
in the
territory.
movie on the free movies.
Yeah, I actually don't know. Dude, if it was on YouTube, I'd be watching it so often. Jeepers Creepers is great.
It is. It is.
It is.
Dude.
You know,
On the free with ads one.
His design is just fantastic.
Oh, dude, I love it so much.
Alright.
Alright.
B-Man, you've yet to pay the skin tax. Cough
Uh-oh,
up.
I've been approached.
What?
I think it's
Hello.
the first. It's the first one,
Come
right?
on.
Where he ends up at the end of the movie where he's just staring at it with a shotgun in his lap in a chair. That's the first one, right? Or is that the second one?
He's in the fucking...
The guy from the first one fucking died. The second one is an old farmer guy who had his kid got by
Okay.
Jeepers Creepers.
Yeah. Okay,
So-
it is the
but
second one then.
He did trap it for a while, but then it escaped, and he's hunting
Yeah.
it.
I just remember that scene so vividly when he's got it like Jesus style nailed up in his barn, and he's just sitting in a chair watching it.
That I don't know why, but that scene always tickled me. It's fucking hilarious. Him just sitting there with his shotgun, like, yep. About the time of year that ancient incomprehensible demon comes back to laugh.
Yeah, the instant it
I'll be
dies,
ready.
I'm putting everything I got into
Already
it.
ready. But yeah, that'd be horrifying because you know this thing's gonna wake up, but you don't know like exactly when. So you just devote like your entire life to watching over it.
That's why he stays strapped. He already knows.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? The director? Yeah, director is very much what the title of his movies is.
Oh,
Oh, anyway, we should probably get back.
Dead
into
inside?
it.
Yeah, is
No,
everyone here?
A creeper.
I'm here.
I think he's like a pedophile or something.
Whoa!
Nay, slay.
Yep.
Nice. Okay. So.
Who are you people?
Yeah, literally. All right. If anyone in character wanted to take some time to kind of look at everything that's on the table and decide what their next actions want to be, this would be the time to do so. Otherwise, we will time skip a little bit.
I would like to try to. Is there like a fire going or anything like that?
Outside, there is, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go out, sit by the fire, and like arrange all my stuff out so it dries. You know, take my armor off, all that.
Yeah, they have
wanna be
a
warm.
good amount of supplies for you to devote, like a small little makeshift table that they had laying around. And you would lay everything out and inch it closer. There's a good amount of people that are huddled up, seeing as it is now late afternoon, but not into the evening quite yet. So you have a good half hour's worth of time to try to desodden
best as
all of your
possible.
belongings. Yeah. You
Alrighty.
see the steam that's coming off of your clothes, be the ones that you're wearing and the ones you have laid out, and you slowly feel that drying sensation begin to take over.
Since everyone's sort of taken the time to organize everything and separate it, I want to just kind of glance over everything, see if anything stands out, since it's in a more orderly fashion.
Okay. But you roll perception one more time as you would survey the halls.
14.
They've organized a lot of the paperwork and findings that are native to this war room to one section of the main room, laid out on a semicircular table, where there's designs for war machines that you had seen previously. There's some basic mappings of places you've never heard of, and a few different pieces of information on, you imagine, old world civilizations, and sharing some of their most potent aspects to them. Nothing that goes into details. It's like a bunch of ambassadors from civilizations came here together and said, okay, we can use your technology and your technology to create a potential defense against the assaulting of all these creatures. And it seems like some mentions of Startographers were involved, particularly Rylock and Genesis, when it comes to dealing with the presence of angels and how to combat them.
Right.
You can see that there's, in fact, more people here than previous. Some of them have nicer clothing than others. Others have, like, these ramshackle, like, jury-rigged, like they used to be armor pieces for Shire guardsmen that have now been patched with whatever they can find in order to keep themselves going. There's a few oddballs. For example, this ogre here that has just this giant bucket of various pieces of meat and fish that he's been munching on. You can see that he has a whole bunch of like natural resources, like freshly made leather and like vines and things like that he's used to keep his stuff in working order. You think he's more used to working with what he can find than others. People seem to have taken notes off of him. Over towards one of the far reaches, you see there's a fresh parchment laid out that has a map of Highshire, and it looks like there's a few scratched notes of unconfirmed sightings and reports on presence of the Auroran Dawn and their movements in there. And there's a big X that is just before the wall of the Inner Kingdom, and there's an interesting marker there that reads Giant Humanoid. I think that might be the Praetor that they use, which is curious if it's still there after all this time.
That one's there. What happened to the other one? Because I remember Obosh saying that he took that Praetor somewhere else and has it frozen somewhere.
Well, the implication of that is he took his Praetor somewhere else.
Yes.
The other one may have been frozen, now that you think about it. And it could be that, given the abilities of the Praetor he controlled to create crystal, it may be encased there, similar to your newfound friend.
They were heading for Osora. They got attacked by the dragons. Well, trying to think. Because I'm trying to remember where they said, because Osora is towards the east, correct?
From where you currently are, it is southeast. It borders the sea that hosts the Isle of Contempt. So it's not too far away from the Isle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna approach Jaxel.
Yeah, you walk over. He's got his cloak off, his armor off. He's just wearing his pants and his boots. Body absolutely like riddled with all kinds of scars, burn scars, weapon scars, magical scars, all that kind of stuff.
You'd see that there's someone who's trying to roast a rabbit along next to the fire by Jaxtel, and he seems to have taken himself on the complete opposite side of Jaxtel. He's trying to stay away from the steamy runoff that he's creating while drying himself out. Imagine it's probably not very pleasant smelling.
You seem like you've been in a lot of fights.
Yep.
Imagine you always had to protect yourself in the Undershire.
Not really protect myself. Most people were trying to avoid me if they could.
Why is that?
Depending on your point of view, bad reputation or my very good reputation.
Define good reputation.
I helped a lot of people.
How so?
Sellsword. Whatever you wanted, I did, even if it was just, in one case, helping a little girl find her cat.
You're a mercenary.
Correct. Well, ex-mercenary. Now, I was trying to retire. That's why I was with that splinter group.
And you said you were headed towards Osora.
Correct. Well,
You...
not towards. We made it.
So you know the way there from here.
Well, I don't know where here is. Would I have actually, passed through this area?
Not directly, but you
Okay.
think, given you can get some land formations to reference, you think that you can definitely find your way
Like-
back there.
Like if I had, an actual, map of the area kind of thing?
If you could see some of the larger peaks, like if you were to survey the horizon, which you can now if you want to go to the cliff face and just take a look at all the peaks, there are some prominent land formations that you could definitely find your bearings. But yeah, a map would help too.
Well, yeah. Need a little bit more info, but otherwise, yeah, I could probably get you there.
If I were able to show you a map, would you be able to, point out the way there?
It depends on how up-to-date your map is, but yes.
It's very current.
Then yes.
I think we'll definitely show you a map once your clothes and all your things are finished drying.
Sure.
It's not the first time I've heard about Osora. I knew someone from there.
Well, it was a hellhole when I arrived, and now it's a frozen hellhole. Remnants of the prior attack are still there,
Really?
evidenced by that war machine thing I saw.
I think we'll definitely have to get a better look at that. We are, of course, waiting for someone. I'm just kind of look towards where we teleported when we first came back and see if there's any sign of Genesis or Idravok.
You would look over down at the base of the large heliostone gate to find there is no one currently there.
It's been a larger task than he thought. Did you run into anybody on your way towards Osora?
Not really people, more monsters and beasts, but only had direct contact if we were attacked first.
Have you ever worked with anyone named Portia?
Would I know that name?
You've heard the name once or twice in passing, but it's just sort of nothing that you ever had a direct connection with.
I've heard of her. Never met her, never did work with her. Just every now and again her name would pop up.
Tried to talk to me the last time I saw her, but we had a bit of a disagreement. cost the life of a friend of mine. I suppose that's a story for another time. If you don't mind, I think I'm just going to go rest for a moment.
Whatever sinks your ship.
As I'm just gonna go ahead and find a place to rest until, like, I guess somebody wakes me.
Okay. Give me a second here. Dagden, you head over inside to take a load off. And I'm cold. You need a shirt or something, man.
I gotta dry it off, dude.
Dagden, you'd find a quiet corner of the war room in one of the recesses. And it seems though you just simply can't get a moment's peace even in a place like this for the few minutes that you sit down and let some breath out and try to gather your thoughts. You feel something graze your mind as a connection is suddenly created between your mind and someone else's, and you hear a dialogue opened as someone is casting sending on you. And you'd hear the following.
Dagny, this is Dakota. Tell me your patrol has something to turn the tide.
We do. We have a way to break the seal beneath the pillar.
You'd feel sending is cast again specifically to reply to you.
If what you say is true, make your time count. We need a miracle.
We'll make our way as soon as we can. I immediately stand up and I try and who's the closest one to me of the group?
Erithal would be nearby.
Erithal!
What's going on? Huh?
What?
What are you doing? What you need?
I just got a message from Akoda.
Well, that's fucking news.
Apparently, she asked if we had the seal breaker. I told her yes, and it said we need to make haste, that we need a way to turn the tide. We need a miracle.
Alright then, well, I mean, we do have to make haste then. That makes sense. Do you want me to relay this to everyone else? Will you relay it to others?
Yes.
Alright. I'll go ahead and do that then. Was there anything else?
Coffee, maybe.
Coffee.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's I think it's kind of a, she's kind of holding her head like she's trying to think, she seems kind of flustered, like an intelligent person would be flustered. Like she's like, there's like, it seems like her mind's racing, so like she's pacing.
What do?
Oh shit, what do?
Huh?
What? I mean, there's so much that needs to be done. Like, I don't know where Genesis is. I don't know if Utravok is safe. Osora. There's someone who knows the way to Osora.
Hey, breathe. Deep breath in. Out. Okay.
Calm emotions.
No.
You bastard.
Here, take a wizard Xanax.
You and I both know Idravok, and he can definitely take care of himself. Same with Genesis. As for finding that person with the direction towards where we need to go.
No, the man we broke out of the ice. He knows the way to Asura. He's been there.
Oh yeah, shit! I forgot his name already. Fuck.
He just needs a map to show the way, and we have a map.
All right, you get the map to him, and you explain to him because that seems like a priority. Will I explain to the others? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I will go to explain to the others unless you stop me.
Yeah, no, I let you go. I head over back to Jack's stool. Sorry to disturb you.
Oh, yeah, no, you go.
No, you go.
Well, how dry is my stuff? Like, how long has time, like, progressed? Or has it just been, like, 10 minutes, not even?
Been a good 20 minutes by now, and your stuff is definitely wearable by now. It's a little moist in some of the crevices, but you imagine over time your body heat will probably...
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'm putting on all my, like, equipment, putting it all back in, you know.
That's me assuming you
redoing all
honestly
that.
have body heat, but yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Let's just say sure.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Like, yeah, I'm kind of approaching you at a quickened pace while you're putting your stuff away, and I say, well, there's been a recent development, and I will need to show you the map now.
I did.
What do I get for payment?
Payment?
Correct. I am a sellsword. You are asking for my services.
Kind of... I mean, I have gold, although I don't know how much of a value it would be to you.
I hardly ever get gold as payment anyway, so... Usually it's a, place to sleep, a warm meal, equipment repair, anything of that sort.
Well, how about this? If you help us, you get to continue existing as a human.
He's not a human, though.
So my race would change?
What?
I thought that was like a blanket statement for all sentient races.
It is to varying degrees, depending on where you come from.
Oh, okay, let me rephrase that then. You get to continue existing, period.
Well, I guess that's fair.
Yeah. Like I said, this is sort of a fate of the world type deal. Well, at least it is for us.
I mean, I was going to get to that, my lord. There's a way to explain these things in a very...
No,
Diplomatic?
Nah, he's fine. I got a good friend who talks a lot like you do there, little man.
How familiar are you with the Cartographer Guild?
They didn't want me when I tried to join about 15 years ago. Ugh. Something about prior criminal history.
Well, it just so happens that our standards have dropped.
Cobweb, please.
Cobweb, gain a point of inspiration.
Sorry, I already have it, bro. I
Give
can't.
it to someone else.
Alrighty, Dagny, you can have it. Why not?
Thank
Banger
you.
after banger, I love it.
Are you familiar with the exploits of Patrol 26?
And I'll say
Not
right up
really.
front, Jax, yeah, you've heard whispers of like a Patrol 20-something or other, like being like the lapdogs of the Chosen, doing all like the legwork, and like you kind of chucked it up just to be like, oh, this is probably just propaganda. They need war heroes or something.
Something about, you guys being the, yeah, something.
Patrol 26 is the first patrol ever to come into contact with Startographer. So much
Okay.
so that they were entrusted with a very precious object as I bring into being the Cartographer Corps.
You do so. It manifests in your hand. And Jaxthal, this object would immediately ping your mind as something that is extremely significant, potent, something that bears a almost intelligence to it, and kind of tickles that part of your mind a little bit. There is an instant fascination. You want to touch it.
So what do I get to keep this? I can take that as my reward.
You're free to touch it if you wish.
Oh, I go touch it. Just immediately.
Oh
Jackstall
Just like I still make eye contact with her, just like right hand touch it.
Jackstall would lay his hand upon the closed spherical exterior of the cartographer core. And Jackstall, it has this almost crystalline metallic feel to it as you run it along your fingers, but there's otherwise no reaction.
What?
I thought it'd be a little bit better, in my opinion.
Wait.
Yeah, it's supposed to blow up.
Did it? I will
was
shunt
hoping
it
for
away.
something more.
I'll shunt it away.
You shunt it away. It is gone.
I want you to do something for me.
What?
I want you to picture what that cartographer core in your mind and try and summon it to your hand.
Yeah, so I guess I will do basically what I do for all my weaponry and everything, but cartographer core instead.
Yeah, you're familiar with this hand motion, so you would imagine in mind and try to recapture the sensation it tingled in the back of your mind again as you lay your hand out, and nothing.
On Earth? How is it possible you're able to touch something that is soulbound just to us? What are your capabilities?
Fuck it. I guess I will just throw a Eldritch Blast up into the air, and then I will use my like warlock stuff and summon my weapon out of like the shadow verse or whatever I've got.
You do so as E-Blast would ring out, impacting the wall, but there's no visible damage on the wall, as you all have come to understand that these walls are made of very stern stuff, designed to withstand war, even at its doorstep. And this ethereal blade would manifest in his hands. Is it a longsword, was it?
Yeah. Well, I have a... Yeah, we could just use longsword. I normally use my war axe, but longsword works too.
Yep. There's this ethereal longsword that manifests that has these tendrils of this black wisping essence to it. And Nadira, this blade is particularly interesting to you, just the shadowy aspect that it has. There's just something about it that's very fascinating. And
But wait, there's more. And I snap my fingers, and I want to manifest in my echo.
Manifest in Echo. I'll have to get back to you on a token, but there would be a shadowy visage of Jackstall that would appear right next to you, Dagny. It is see-through and has a similar shadowy aspect to it. Definitely some interesting powers that you haven't directly seen before.
Oh, we're all here now.
Huh?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, I just didn't know if we were all gathered. We never made mention of that, or if we were just waiting for them to finish up.
I'll say, like, for brevity's sake, like, you would gather, since Jackstall, your stuff did dry, you collected it, and everyone is within eye shot of each other now on the inside of the war room. So, yes.
No, I just seeing the things that he can do, I say, if I said the name Gilthun, would that mean anything to you?
Would it?
Nope.
Nope.
Nadira, your ears perk up a little bit at that, though.
And here, one more special thing. I want to swap places with my clone. I snap again.
There's a snap, and these two positions would suddenly flip as you're now staring at the see-through, shadowy image of Jaxel rather than himself to find that he is now next to you.
You're quite capable.
He can make people out of
Yep.
fuck gas.
Sure.
I don't know how it is you're able to touch the core, but typically those who aren't soul bound to it are immediately,
Shunted
Repelled
away
away.
very violently.
well, yes, they're repelled away from it.
I think it did a little more than repel Edrovic.
And Akoda would also tell you the same.
I got a little fascination with magical objects, so maybe it just likes me.
I will summon the core back.
B-Man.
You summon the core back. Yes.
His race is a Yonti.
Yes.
Could I make it? Because out of character, I have a few ideas. I just want to make sure that my character actually would know those things. What kind of check would that be? Would it be history?
Are you just trying to
Recall what I
recollect-
know about the race.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and make a history roll.
Alright. 9.
You've heard of them.
Pretty
You do know that they are typically found within Undershire, as their more striking appearance is a bit air of concern up top. Their reputation for being on the sleazy side is definitely one that doesn't help. You think you may have seen a couple in passing during your times working with your father. But you don't know a great deal about their culture just because it's something that rarely comes up.
I take offense to that sleazy part. I'm not sleazy, my father was.
Alright, thank you.
Yep.
Well, this core is capable of a lot of things. And one thing that it is very good at, as I go ahead and set it up to project the map.
Ah. And project the map you would.
So, because I can't whistle, I'm just going to say, Jax the whistles.
There's a... As you observe this illusionary map that is projected out of the emitter of the cartographer core, there's a bit of a ping here that indicates that this is where you currently are. And for you, Jaxthal, you immediately recognize these structures of these spire-like mountains that come jutting out of the ground. You've definitely passed the threshold for this. You remember spotting them at the edge of a large body of water, which you imagine was probably this one. You know that you had headed mostly in a southern direction on the edge of the forest as to avoid having low line of sight. And you know that your group passed along this line here and eventually cut through the forest heading to more directly south. You know that directly towards the east was a wall of fog in an otherwise flat, barren landscape that you couldn't see through very well. So you did well not to get too far into it. And to the west was the Tritoric landscapes. So Osora would be a straight shot south following this trajectory.
Alrighty. See all them pointy things? Just follow them south. Kind of alongside that fog wall that's over in the that desert-like looking area.
Right.
And well, can't see much past this, so that's all I got for you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it only captures the immediate area where we are in. We'd have to keep moving in order to be able to capture a different area. But if you are willing to lead the way, I can provide a form of payment. I do have something that may be of use to you.
Usually I get half up front have when it's done. But if this is an object, yeah, I guess I can wait till we get there.
Well, I'm someone who, well, it wouldn't be more than an object. It's 2 objects, actually.
Oh.
And I'm willing to give you one now, if you're able to take us to Osora when the time is right.
Well, if you're willing to pay, then I reach out my hand to shake on it.
I will take his hand.
Right, yeah, it's just full of like snake skin. There's a little bit of shed that comes off in your hand, but we shake.
It's a little moist, his scaly hand, from having handled his moist belongings.
My mercenary name is Tumbles.
Oh no. And with that,
I think she kind of looks at it fascinated because she's probably interacted with her stepmother like this in a way, but it's never happened before.
your
Leave
stepmother
me alone.
was very well put together, given her scaly complexion. So to see this in a bit of a more rough shape, it's mostly a fascination to you.
That stuff's edible.
Maybe
doesn't provide much, but it is.
A man after my own heart, pure protein.
just kind of wipe it off my hand.
Yeah,
In the
fellow
back.
greenskin over here.
In the background, Diesel Mage Hand nab a piece and eat it.
Oh
well,
God!
Yeah,
If you're gonna be,
I'd say it tastes like just like dry nothingness. That's just, but actually it's wet nothingness in this case.
Like a cornflake.
okay. Alright. Well, if you're gonna be traveling with us, then you gotta get with the pecking order, because I'm the biggest. Now repeat after me. Cobweb is the biggest.
So I squat down and I do the the hand, the wrists on the knees squat.
The
So
slop squat, yeah.
Fucker.
You may be the biggest little guy, but see, I know one goblin who is bigger than you, and he's my friend, so I'm not going to admit that.
Yeah, Dagny's aghast at that statement.
Wait a
What?
minute, am I tripping? Hold on.
Is this motherfucker saying no?
I would like to subtly go ahead and cast Reduce on the Lizard Man.
Oh my gosh.
Do I have to roll against
And
that? I would
if
assume
you're-
I'm unwilling since I don't know it's even happening.
Yeah, you feel a magical force suddenly grip your body. So yeah, naturally you're gonna want to resist that.
And
Wait,
Save and
you would have
throw.
resistance. You would have advantage on this, wouldn't you?
yes, I would.
From what? Oh, the
Yonti.
UNT.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
pass the con save. You feel something try to manipulate your body, but you tough it out, having a bit of a resolve now that you've regained yourself after being thawed out. Well, that was a bit much. Let's see, BSM. So yeah, you kind of heard some weird noises coming from the bird.
So I'm gonna give you this warning. Don't dish it out if you can't take it. And I can dish out a whole lot.
And then he activates the mountain rune.
Actually?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay. You activate the mountain room. There would be a rune that would illuminate on Cobweb, and all of a sudden, your perceptions of him would be reevaluated, as he is now, in fact, bigger than anyone else in the room. Even the ogre is given a run for his money. You can see that he's mid-chomp on a fish. He's been eating for quite a while. His belly is very distended, but he stops mid-chew and just looks him over and he goes, "Oh." You can hear that from the corner of the room.
I guess I'll stand up and like if I'm assuming he's looking down at me, so then I will look back up at him and meet his eyes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you all the way down there.
Size has nothing to do with big.
Oh!
Yeah.
Cobweb sort of gives him a sly grin and pounds his chest.
Yeah, the big comes from here.
You're goddamn right. I guess I'll do like the friendly backhand like tap nudge, I guess, or whatever. I guess I don't know, like his abs or something like that.
No. What is it? It's the two muscular guys doing the fucking handshake. Heist, you son of a bitch!
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
I suppose when fucking Cobbin like pounds his chest, the big is here. Diesel will just tilt their head in confusion. Big comes from the nipple?
Yes, Diza. Yes.
Yeah.
We greenskins gotta stick together. You're a good guy.
That's racist, but sure, why not?
We're both greenskin.
Nadira, you do feel a ruffling in your bag that suddenly would come up out of nowhere. It appears that Rasputin is getting busy doing something. He's been mostly quiet throughout recent events, but something's really got him riled out of like suddenly nowhere.
I am gonna walk over to like a less populated area of the room in case he runs away, so that way I can see him better.
Okay.
And then I'll creep into my bag to see what the little fucker's up to.
You see that Rasputin is in something of a feeding frenzy. You never quite seen him so crazed. He is nibbling on a certain few pages in your possession.
He hungers for the cheddar.
I ripped them out of his mouth so damn fast.
You take those bestowed pages away as there's a tiny little bit that is still between Rasputin's teeth as he quickly munches it into his mouth. And you see his craze calm as he suddenly would go very still. So much so that he stops mid-chew and just kind of goes almost catatonic for a little while.
I will. Is there like an area of the room that's like super isolated away from anybody, or like a corridor I could walk down?
You're best off going outside because this place is a bit bustling.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find a nice like quiet spot outside, and I'm gonna look at what he was like the pages, like what he was chewing on.
You take a closer look at the pages to find that the salvaged pages from the Book of the Black Soul was his feast of choice. He ate a small piece of that page, and you can see that after feverishly chewing on it and having it ripped away, he's gone very still. He's breathing, but he's catatonic all the same.
It's a fucking wing-based state. Kill it!
No, I'm outside. You don't even see him.
There wasn't even lettuce, man.
I'm gonna. Can I read? I want to read the pages.
I'll
holding.
say that has already been accomplished currently. Like you had time to do that earlier.
Well, already had read
This is-
them. Okay.
Yeah, so this is already covered content.
Changing my plan.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals on myself.
Mhm.
And then try to interact with my drugged up hamster.
Rolling privately, bestie.
But my rabbit
It's fine.
little friend, yeah.
I mean, technically she is.
You cast Speak with Animals and would get a connection to Rasputin, and you would notice something curious. The last time that you had interacted and spoken to Rasputin, there's a little shine that came off of the little gem in his head, and you find that there is no shine this time, as that little red ruby gem has washed over an inky black.
Oh no.
He has become the stupid.
He is the shadow hamster. I'm just gonna look at like what did you do? What did you do?
You would send this link over into Rasputin's mind, but you feel like with this link that you have going on that it's as if you are speaking into an echo chamber and there is no reply. Let me see. I'm going to give Rasputin an alignment real quick.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Evil.
Rasputin villain arc? What?
Fucked up the hamster, bro. Come on.
You made him evil.
Oh my god.
Kill him.
Buddy, are you okay?
There is no reply. There's these black beady eyes of his that just feel ever so slightly colder, exchanging your stare. You're being observed. The lights are, well, barely on. You're not even sure if anybody's home regardless. As far as looking him over for signs of sickness, there's none to be had. But this is a bit out of character for your little friend.
Oh, God.
Ring.
He has become death.
He
Destroyer
is
of
death
worlds.
incarnate. My hamster is death incarnate, guys. I am just gonna put him. I'm gonna put him back in the bag, but slip the pages like into my clothing pocket so he can't go to Chowtown again. And I'm just gonna tell him that you're gonna be nice and safe in the bag, and we are definitely talking about this later whenever whatever phase you're going through ends. And maybe it's not a phase, and that's okay. We'll deal with it together.
That's who I am now.
Not a phase, no.
He's going through his emo phase.
He's doing emo.
Lord. He's your gay son. I get it now.
I mean, I'm here for the girls, gays, and theys, so I guess that's
I'm
I.
gonna start wearing mascara and hang out at Hot Topic.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh, okay, that wasn't me. That's okay.
No, that was me.
No, I thought I accidentally pressed it. I forgot.
Anyway,
Alright.
might as well do this now. But yeah, once everyone's done with that group talk and is back to milling about, I did want to strike up a conversation with Airthal.
Oh no! Words! I have to speak them!
Hey, Fall. Fall,
Yes, Diza?
what do you want?
We're asking heavy questions today, aren't we?
I guess?
What do you mean by that? I mean, there's a lot of things I want.
Like what?
Things to go back to the way they were before all the chaos.
And?
See my family again. I really miss them.
And then?
And then,
Well, it's hard to quantify because, let's be honest, we're all constantly changing. Though I think He just kind of like puts his like crosses one of his arms and puts his like hand in like the thinking
The thinker?
emote. Yeah. Well, it's hard to really quantify. I mean, all my life I've been kind of bred to serve Zula. To be one of her chosen would be like a dream come true. It's a want in a dream, if that makes sense. It's a rare opportunity that, well, it's a rare thing that anyone gets chosen to be even a mouthpiece.
So, you want power and prestige?
I think that would be the base of it. I think if I had that power, I could do a lot more. Help a lot more. Guide a lot more. The prestige would be lovely. Won't lie.
So, you want
mean-
power to exert your will on those around you in the world? And prestige to be respected and loved?
When did Diza get a fucking psychology degree?
Yeah, this is like out of nowhere, and this is kind of shocking to you. The last time you guys were in this room, it was barely forming sentences.
This harpy knows a lot of big words.
Hmm.
Oh, it's interesting. I mean, when it's said like that, it sounds like it comes out negative, but also it's the truth. Suppose I got used to sugarcoating the way that I would say it.
Morality is interesting.
That it is.
Do you think you're a good person?
You're fucking crazy. That is such a fucking quotable line. I'd like to think so. Though, I'm sure there are people out there that would say that I'm not as good as I say I am. Or maybe perhaps don't live up to the things people do say about me. But I try. Try to do right by people, even if some people would look down on it. Though, definitely had a moment of weakness back at the Eye.
When was that?
I don't know. Back when Cobweb and the Eye thing. Maybe
Well,
it should have
5
been
minutes
me.
ago.
I mean, I've been gifted so much by Zula. Perhaps that would have been my chance to show that I can sacrifice when need be. But I sat back and let someone else do it. They didn't even sit back and let someone else do it. I helped them do it.
I suppose it's like the Devil Spice Man said. Stuff about sacrifice. Well, how much
sure
value
that-
you put in onto yourself, and how much value do you put on those around you?
Suppose. Usually it's not the greatest idea to agree to devils or make deals with them, because always the devil in the details. So, I'll try to do right by Cobweb. Perhaps in due time, after, who knows, after all this, if it ever ends, maybe I'll have enough power to restore his eye, if he wants that. He did get a little trinket from that devil.
Once this is over, and you have this power, and you fix all your regrets, what will you do then?
It's gonna be a long time before I can fix all my regrets. But, to humor the thought, guide others so they don't make the same mistake as I do. As I had. See if I can't put them on different paths to not make the same mistakes I made. Be it them being braver, wiser, stronger, smarter.
Encourage them to be better,
Yeah,
like Zula does for humans.
exactly.
So you want to become God?
What the actual fuck?
No. I think there's a big difference in what I want to do in becoming a god. Mainly the difference in power. And responsibility, and it's a large list. It's very difficult to describe and list everything that would be different.
I'm not sure if I understand. Why do you want to do these things? Because they are good? Because Zula says they are good? Because Highshire says these things are good? Because those around you say that this is good?
I think a lot of it comes from Zula, definitely. But I think there's just kind of a part deep down in me that just wants to. Doesn't matter if it makes sense. Just does. We all do some things we can't really explain that well. Habits, crutches, flaws, we all have them.
That is a saying I find a lot in people's heads. To err is to be human.
Exactly. What about you?
What about
What do you want?
I told the Spice Man that I want everything. But now, after having time to think about it, I'm not sure.
That's okay. Sometimes in life, people go through portions of it not sure what they want. I'm sure it'll eventually come to you.
Okay, bye.
Okay.
Walk off.
I feel like I just got psychoanalyzed.
It did. A little bit.
Well,
Arathal, you're left a bit perplexed by the sudden interrogative nature of this harpy that seems to be an extraordinarily fast learner. But not only for you, but for everyone before things could sink in any further, there is a bit of a disturbance.
Not even 5 fucking minutes.
Genesis.
Genesis would suddenly appear before everyone as there is a ripple through space as he teleports here once again. This is at least the third or fourth time you've seen him do this now. It's a wonder how much arcane power he has available to him. Regardless, he teleported straight into this war room as if to know where all of you are. And there's a bit of a sudden pause through everyone in the room as all eyes would fall on to Genesis. And he would waste no time speaking.
Denizens of Highshire, I have come. I am Genesis. There is much to discuss. Please understand, however, I am less of a person and more of a collective. Within me exists a council of countless souls reaching consensus on the proceedings of worldly events. Genesis is less of an I and more of a we. We are an analog to many perspectives in this world, extracting us for our soul fragments allowed our reformation, yet created new hazards. However, we have reached consensus your decision was sound, provided the circumstances. Our time window to provide direct aid is limited as a result. We intend to capitalize on it to our highest efficiency.
To everyone within the confines of Patrol 26, you're a little disheartened to see that Genesis has reappeared as he is, with no Idravok in tow.
Where's
His-
Idravok?
We scoured the Isle and surveyed its current state. Much of the distortions have been pulled below. Assuming that your friend Idravok was not within one, we scoured what remained of the traceable land. We did not find any sentient life.
She kind of looks down and she's sort of deep in thought.
Some thoughts to be expressed to all of you. I speak on behalf of the other Sartographers. The coalition of Sartographers became increasingly drastic after relinquishing the power of the seal. One method we entertained was the weaponization of the entire Nine Hells. Arrangements were made to bend and overlap with Helios and Avernus. This effect was beneficial threefold. Firstly, it deflected all interplanar travel to the Hells, negating any unseen enemy advancement. Secondly, the microfractures to Avernus served as powerful geothermal energy sources for our war machines. Lastly, the spillage of infernal creatures to Helios served as a conscripted army to fight the monsters and the angels that influence them. However, controlling their forces proved difficult at best.
And it would click at the sudden aversions to Avernus was the direct work of the Startographers, so it seems. Desperation, no doubt. After a moment, he would continue.
We made direct arrangements with Zozros in an effort to automate containment of the heliostone fracture beneath the Isle. The miasma leak you experienced is, in essence, Helios bleeding, as previously mentioned. Left unchecked, this power will ravage the landscape. Bargaining to maintain the microfracture portals to Avernus to power containment was his end of the bargain. This is no longer in place. Thus, I must divert myself, the souls within my body, to contain this, as an effort to not spread one worldly threat to two. Thus, you all must take part in orchestrating the reclamation of your kingdom, if, for what one reason, the seal of power beneath the pillar.
I just received a message from the Inquisitor that they need a miracle. They need the power of the seal breaker there.
Curious, is there a name?
A name?
The one who contacted you.
A coda?
A coda. An unfamiliar name to us, but we will make note. In order to understand our predicament further, to make the best call, we have an inquiry for the floor. Please, describe your god Zula to us.
And he's essentially opening the floor for anyone to step forward and speak.
I feel, Herthol, I mean, I could describe the mural that was inside the Hall of Inquisition, but I feel you may have a better description given your occupation.
Aerithal will step forward, and at first he'll begin to describe the portrait, but then also deter. She is also the light in our dark hours. She is... fuck. Brain's having a hard time coming up with words.
Yeah, he just went through like an emotional roller coaster with a harpy.
Yeah, no, I'm
This
being
is
like
true.
fucking whiplash. Hey, what's your god look like? Hey, what's your god like? Hey, what do you want in life? Fuck, man.
Everyone can see that there is a strain in the glow within Aerithal's eyes. Clearly that everything that's on his plate is a bit overwhelming.
I just kind of take Aerothal's hand. Squeeze it.
It's...
Yay.
Sorry. It's just been a lot and a long day.
Yes.
There is a lack of consensus on the approach towards Zula, and her aspect that seems to touch those who worship her. The power beneath the seal at the center of your kingdom is one of incredible radiance. However, prior to the genocide of humanity, we have never seen this power as an analog to a deity. However, we understand how one would imbue the traits of a god to this power. How did the name and persona of Zula come to be?
Aerothal?
Oh god, I gotta scroll fucking back for that one. Because I think you sent that one to me.
I'll
Or is
give
it-
you the base rundown that you would remember, that essentially the name, the idea, even just like the more physical appearance that appeared in the murals, like that all happened like when High Shire was being built. Like the first chosen were like first spoken to when everyone came together.
I'll relay that. Just back when Highshire was being first built, her first chosen spoke about her and gave her the description that I gave. The godlike powers and, as you would say, deity.
That is correct.
It's back then.
Zula is something of an anomaly when referenced to the pantheon of the old world. These chosen, which seem to bear significance, how are they spoken to by Zula?
Well, it's... I was there when they had received a vision from Zula. Their eyes began to glow brightly, and she doesn't speak to them in words. It's mainly emotions and flashes, visions. There was even a time when I sat in the church of Zula once and tried to get a sense of Zula, and I felt this... I didn't see her.
But it felt like she was with you.
Yes, it was like a radiant light. I asked a question, I didn't get words back, I just got an emotion, a feeling. It frightened me in a way.
The sense of warmth and radiance you experienced may very well be attributed to the radiance of the pillar leaking from the seal. It is logical and can be observed. These chosen, these visions. Are you sure this is how they experience your god?
They never leave that pillar. Unless absolutely necessary. Trogrim, he was the only one that would leave the pillar before he was destroyed by a Praetor during the incursion.
In traditional old-world pantheons, gods speak to their followers in a myriad of ways. The method for which your god communicates to your select chosen is uncharacteristic of any god before.
You mean there are gods that actually speak to their chosen?
Deities speak typically to those who follow them, to varying degrees based on their devotion. This inherent favoritism, these chosen, this is uncharacteristic of a god.
You're saying Zula is not a god of our making, of humanity's making.
We do not have a consensus to come to a hypothesis that encapsulates the vision of Highshire on that scale. However, things do not add up.
Is Zula sealed underneath the pillar?
One may view it as such, yes. The radiance that emits from beneath the pillar, by all accounts, is your god. These chosen, these visions, they were never observed when we had discovered the seal ourselves. It is uncharacteristic of a god, much the same as it is uncharacteristic of the seal.
Zula is not of Helios. Is that what you're saying?
No. We are simply arriving at an inconsistency on how your god portrays herself to your people. The radiance that your god bestows can be tied back to the power under the seal. But her method of communication, her hierarchy, these chosen, they do not easily fit into the picture.
Could the seal be blocking the power in that way?
We do not know.
If we use the seal breaker and free Zula, what's going to happen to Highshire?
Its survival is indeterminate. We have never witnessed the seal fully releasing the well of power beneath it. It will require the utmost of oneself to control it. In order to make a difference in worldly events, you will require that discipline. Pray that you are ready when the time comes.
We will be.
There is an asset that is hidden here in the war room. This asset is beneath us. One natural to Helios. We are looking to use it to aid you in your assault to reclaim your kingdom and reach the seal. However, we regret to inform, we currently have no way to wield it.
You said it's beneath?
Correct.
What is it?
Some say it is a war machine. Some consider it something of a deity unto itself. Further details will be divulged to a smaller demographic.
I suppose if we're going to the city, then
There is somewhere else you must go first. A significant fragment of the consciousness Genesis lay elsewhere. Within it, we believe, lay the key to controlling this asset to reclaim the kingdom.
where?
A former kingdom ruled by abyssalists by the name of Osora.
Well, we have someone who knows the way there, as I look at Jack's Thole.
Ah, shit. Well, we found it. But now it's probably under, I don't know, 10, 20, I don't know, ice. A lot of it.
We're retrieving a different object in the past, and unfortunately it was in a den of adult white dragons, and we had accidentally wakened the horde, and now they're basically roaming the tritorals as we speak.
Totally not my fault.
Further divulging information on this plan can be discussed in the small demographic as mentioned.
Then I suppose do you show us this now, or do we head to Osora after we rest?
Your rest is paramount. You will need your strength. You are to return to Osora and recover this asset, this fragment of myself.
Wait.
It is the final piece you will need.
Wait, I just realized I have the sigil of Osora.
Mm-hmm.
Could we use the teleportation circle to take us there?
You asking that to Genesis?
Yeah,
Or
I will posit that. It's like, I have the symbol of Osora. Could we use the teleportation circle to take us there?
Your teleportation circle networks were not commonplace in the old world. Civilizations were far more divided. It is unlikely there is anything usable in Osora. Even if there was, it was likely destroyed by the war machines that we sent there to lay waste to their walls.
Oh, Jack's Thule here definitely saw evidence of your war machine. It's frozen in ice as we speak.
The asset will be in one of them.
Then, I suppose we should take our rest and prepare for the journey ahead, I'd say to the group.
Well, this should be fun.
I mean, we've literally been through hell, so...
Yeah, we have.
Your rest is well deserved. To everyone in the room, gather your strength and organize those you hold dear. Your resources, your strength, all will be required to unmount the seal again.
She nods
No
her head
pressure.
and goes to find a place to rest.
You see several of the lanterns within Genesis would detach and they interface with various parts of the room. One would go into this globe, the other would interact with the chandelier up top, and it seems like he would then split apart, and the collective, the souls within him, seem to get to work in some capacity in this place. there's a forum that is opened as many of the people within the war room, now in the presence of a startographer, a legendary figure, are approaching and are asking further questions and are going into a whole other tangent of their own. As for you all, you feel rather exhausted, either being through hell, being put on ice, or otherwise. It's time for some sleep.
Oh, I
Yeah.
just remember I shunt the cartographer core away.
Yeah, I go find a corner that I could sit upright in and go to sleep.
Very well. I presume everyone is doing much of the same at this point?
Yep.
Yeah, Cobweb's gonna find some liquor to clean out his eye and then fucking honk out under a table or something.
I did want to do some sneaky beaky when the
Oh,
party's
Lord.
unconscious.
Oy vey. Okay.
Since
Let's go.
we do have the time, and because I can, just for everyone, I'm just gonna cast Create Food and Water. Just to top off what we have.
Hmm.
Ooh.
Okay. Very well done. There's plenty of space to create said sustenance. And there's definitely a lot of hungry people that are able to be very appreciative of this. You find that there is a certain air in the room that is very welcoming to you, as the sight of a holy man such as yourself is well received. And there's a good deal of people who come to you with requests for prayers and various minor services during their times of strife living out here, which I
Yeah.
imagine you'll be indulging while giving them said food.
Of course. Erythal will also occasionally ask if any of them know about the whereabouts of his mother or father.
Okay. You roll d20.
You want me to roll it, or you?
I can do this. There we go.
Alright.
One of them does casually mention that there was a very recent sighting prior to the siege, located somewhere within the Inner Kingdom. You imagine when times got tough that your religious services within your family were called to the inner city for one reason or another. You do know now that the inner city itself is protected within an impenetrable wall of radiance around the pillar. So they have to be in there if what they're saying is true.
I'll find you. I'll get you to safety. Just kind of mumbling that under his breath.
I'm
Gotcha.
gonna get you.
All
I'm
right.
going to get you.
Is everyone else intending to go to sleep for the most part? Minus you?
Yeah.
If he makes food, I'll like devour a whole chicken, like bones and all and everything, and then I'll go
Oh Jesus.
Gotcha. All right. You'll do so. I think now's a good point to take another break. Do you want to do 5 or 10 minutes? What are we feeling?
10 would be
That sounds
great.
good.
All right, let's
like
do-
an
let's
hour
do-
and a half.
Fuck
Holy
off.
shit.
Let's do 10 minutes so we can meet at 10:30.
Okay.
Ish.
Alright.
Guillaume, do you think you're a good person?
There's a reason why he works for the church.
Erythal is secretly chaotic evil, reveals all of his evil plans right then.
Betrays the entire party.
Look at all the children I have in my basement.
Hey,
But
you
they're
know how
probably
we're in this
dead, so it doesn't
really
matter.
crowded area with a bunch of civilians? What would happen if I just cast fireballs?
Yeah.
So you see, he calls his phylactery the basement. That's what it is.
I hope that was.
Time,
decently enough out
motherfucker!
of left field. Did that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did that feel out of nowhere as I intended it to be?
Yeah,
Yes, it did.
This was
Erythal's having an existential crisis now. Are you a good person? Fucking slowly turns to the camera. Alright, I gotta take a piss.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
I have returned from taking peace.
You didn't flush, I could hear it.
Peace!
What the fuck?
What are you doing, dude? Letting it like marinate or something?
Yeah, totally, 100%. That's why I only piss on other people's houses. Are you a good person? I'm just now imagining fucking Diza going into someone's fucking dreams and just giving them nightmares.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
How nice of Cobweb to offer that icy hot to the man on fire.
You know I'm gonna do that thing, Batman.
There are no laws against the pals, Batman.
There are no laws against the
Look at here,
Nadirs,
Batman.
Oh,
Caught
looky
myself
here.
a Lopunny, Batman.
Joker, no!
Oh, you Joker!
Oh god.
It's an animal, Joker.
The fact that like the instant what is it, like Lavander or something like that from Pal World was like discovered, the hot swap of that meme to that new thing is hilarious.
The memes, Jack. They're evolving, adapting. I am a slave to my memes.
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
Mr. Obama. Kill yourself. Joe Biden, wake up. Joe Biden, wake up.
The dude's just like in his car at like on like the highway or something like that too, recording that video.
Joe Biden isn't real, don't you know?
Yeah,
It's
he
true.
gives that one Skyrim mission near the Lincoln Memorial.
Exactly.
Well, you're right. He's not real, but he is my favorite anime character.
Joe
Oh my
Biden is
God.
Freddy
Yeah,
Fazbear. He's
prepare
the
for my
animatronic.
Biden blast.
Prepare for my Biden blast.
Come on,
Have you
Pat.
seen that? Oh, I gotta find it now.
Y'all
If
ready?
you
I'm ready.
seriously
Y'all
haven't
ready?
seen it.
Y'all ready? I'm ready. Y'all ready? I'm ready.
Yeah.
I'm ready to kill some kids.
Stop.
Well, you see, there's this Warforged factory you're going to.
Oh my god,
Oh, no.
stop!
Don't worry, kids. You should totally trust Aerithol. He won't
Yeah.
fireball the entire party.
Yeah, it seems our next destination in Osara is someplace called Site 247.
Oh,
Oh,
now-
Sora
now I have
247.
I have to draw evil
Jesus
Aerithol
Christ.
now.
Oh lord.
evil Thal.
Told you need to make that meme. See,
Oh.
I've seen all the
I
sins you
see.
committed.
I've seen all the sins you've committed. The funny thing is, if anyone has curses, I now have remove
Back, back,
curse.
back.
Very nice. Wait, what?
Well, no, I have it prepared, is what I mean.
No, Devin, did you say you are back or you'll be right back?
He said, "Be right back."
Fuck!
That
Bitch.
whore. Well, gonna do my nighttime sneaky peeky.
I suppose that's fine. We can just continue as is. Here we go. Do this, this, and that. All right. Everyone would go ahead and hunker down for the evening, getting some well-deserved rest. And everyone falls into their safe places, unneeding to have any sort of watch, as there's a good amount of people outside that have created a perimeter and are doing just that. For you, you have done more than enough for these people, and they are returning it in kind. As for Disa, what you doing?
I did first phase 1 of my plan. Perceive my potential targets for tonight. The tall goblin Jax and Adira, and see what they're up to in the quiet slumber.
Okay. You're essentially, like trying to sneak up on them and peer into their minds with detect thoughts?
Yeah.
Okay. This place is a bit more crowded than it was the last time you've done something like this. You're gonna have to make a stealth roll if you want to approach these two without being spotted.
Okay.
Which is to say, we're going off their passive perception +3.
No.
Okay.
Time for part 2, where I
Good
try to
luck.
figure out where that is.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration.
Good thing you didn't choose Aerithol. You just would have been like, I see you.
His eyes are just not even closed at
Jesus
night; they're
Christ.
just wide open.
Damn. All right, who you approaching first?
Ugh.
I'm gonna go with the evil shadow lady first.
Well, that's a shame.
Fuck was that laugh?
She's not even the one. She's not even the evil shadow lady one.
I know, but Tisa's probably gonna see something she's not meant to see.
As for Nadira, you have taken yourself to a interesting piece of literature that you thought you lost, and Rasputin by extension, which was not part of the plan. You check your bag before going to sleep because Rasputin feels a bit colder than he should, and you're worried about his health, to find that he's fine. He's just very still and has this strange look about him whenever you exchange eyes. but lay down you would, exhausted, and find yourself falling into a very deep sleep very quickly, almost within seconds. And there's nothing for a time, a peaceful rest that is eventually interrupted by the faintest of echoes, the sound of rattling chains. It continues and grows, and you feel something wrapping around you, something that feels like paper, like parchment, that is constricting you. Eventually, this growing sensation becomes more and more apparent before your eyes shoot awake in surprise to see what is responsible for these sensations, only for you to arrive somewhere else.
Oh no!
Oh no, a library.
Libraries!
No reading! Anyways,
I'm allergic to books.
Your reading can't hurt
My
me.
book
I
addiction
can't
is
read.
dying.
you are in a strange concept, some realm beyond anything that you are able to recognize. This eldritch-looking library is writhing with pages in the spines of books that seem to meld together as though they are cells to a layer of skin. The wood seems to pulsate as though it too is alive, all part of one greater organism. You look to see what is constricting you, and you see that there is a tapestry that has you in a tight, bound wrap. You can't move. And you find that there are chains that are connecting to this tapestry and are rooted to the ground. You are restrained in place very heavily. There's this glowing light that's coming from what appears to be the moon up in this arcing dome window sort of ceiling.
Skylight.
And you see that there is something that interrupts the light, as you see huge links of chains that are on the outside, and there is this strange visage that all those greater chains connect to, as there is something out there within that red space that is staring you down with a similar profile.
It's this guy.
It's like a Final Fantasy character with all those belts.
Yeah, seriously.
You feel their presence, and there's a chill that goes down your spine. Despite your eagerness to delve into this tome, this strange knowledge that everyone else seems so wary of, you can't help but feel a bit on edge. Like one wrong move, and you may find yourself tumbling forevermore into madness. And then, as if all the spines of these books speak at once, you are spoken to.
You are seen. You have seen us. We are one and the same. You are our heralds. We are Gilthun the Chained. Declare yourself.
Oh, this is so cool. I will stare the figure straight in the face. I am Nadira, and I am here to further the power that you have given me.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
As for our prying
Could
eye,
be worse. Could be way better, but could be worse.
you feel a strange coldness, Disa. You feel like you're laying on hard, very cold ground. And you barely have the strength to move your own neck as you crane over to see Nadira, who is chained and wrapped in a similar fashion to this eldritch thing that is just beyond the skylight here. And you can't help but feel quite shaken yourself, especially on the prospect that you've just intruded on a lot more than you were bargaining for. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Fucking called it.
Oh, and my favorite show.
Yeah, Disa, you're terrified. But you can't move, or even speak for that matter. It's as if you're nothing but a corpse that is somehow still able to perceive its surroundings. But it's room enough to see what's going on. As for Nadira, you just stop yourself from your voice quaking as you declare your own existence to this thing. And you feel like you did well enough to stand your ground. However, you still feel like you are walking on razor-thin ice. It studies you, and you can feel its gaze piercing through you, as if it can know everything there is to know about you at just a glance. Eventually, it would speak again.
The fate of humanity is entering a bottleneck. The future is malleable, and we demand a hand in its orchestration. Power ebbing from umbral secrets can be yours. Our power. Its sliver is supplanted within your mind, even now. Declare your devotion to our tapestries, and you will ascend.
I will be your herald if you only give me the power to do so.
Fucking hell.
Help me change this bottleneck of a war.
Let's go.
Roll persuasion.
Oh, I
Dark
suck at
Pact.
this.
Dark Pact. Let's go.
I'm terrible. I'm not charismatic. See? I'm awkward.
Awkward.
As the characters reflect real life.
Seriously, though.
All right. Let's see. Okay. It would speak up again.
You wish to declare yourself to Gilthorn? Then prove it. Kill the interloper beside you.
You're a little confused by that sentiment, and you look over your shoulder to your left to see Disa collapsed on the ground, eyes open, staring you down with a tremendous amount of fear in their pupil. You'd feel those tapestries relax, the chains loosen just enough to where you have full control over your hands, as if to conduct somatic components, and you feel compelled to use the gifts this thing has already given you to get rid of the rude intruder.
Time to roll up character number 4.
I regret to inform you, Disa, having failed the wisdom save and falling under this paralysis, you're unable to make the save. It is an auto failure, given where you are, and you would take the full 38 poison damage.
Oh god, I knew it.
And to make a point, I will never break eye contact with Gilthun. And I will smile while doing it.
Oh my
You
god!
sadistic bitch. Oh
That's
my
Melody.
god.
Melody!
Hey,
None of
remember
you
what
know
I said
anything.
before? That characters reflect real life.
Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Fuck,
bruh.
fuck, bitch.
Disa,
Play
you
chicken.
Jesus.
feel a
Wow.
vile poison enter your heart and would slowly make its way through your chest as you feel icy veins ripple through your form, and you feel like you are rotting on the inside out as though you are still alive. You are ejected from this stream and would see nothing further. The damage is taken in the real world, and you are sent flying back. We'll get back to you in a second. As for Nadira, this entity would witness your devotion as now proven, and it speaks even further.
It is done. You will do well to seek your mark. Your mark now roams the earth, leaving slivers of secrets in its wake. Seek this being, Seen Andrea.
I'm processing. Give me like 3 seconds.
Yeah, take the time you need.
Sinadrea. God, that's the lich from the place where you found me.
Yep.
That's right. That's who that is.
Yeah.
Cool.
Why are they my mark?
This lich holds the Codex Necromortis, priceless knowledge to alter life and death. Seize this tome, and you will be rewarded eternally.
I have a feeling getting a book from Lich Lord won't be easy. What do I get to help me? It's gonna be hard to do. With just what I have.
You have already proven yourself able. Continue to do so, and power will leak into your heart further. Fail me, and you will not live long enough to regret it.
I'll just bow a little, not sarcastically, but
Do a
kind
little
of like almost a
curtsy.
mocking bow, and just say, as you wish.
Doing fucking Katniss bow.
Yeah, doing a Katniss bow. There we go. I'm like,
Thank you for your consideration.
Yeah.
Is there genuine sarcasm within Nadira's motion here?
Not sarcasm at Gilthune, but sarcasm at let me go chase down a Lich Lord.
You feel a shudder in the place, and you
Uh-oh.
feel as if the proverbial thin ice that you're on has just cracked. This entity has zero sense of humor, and you feel like if you do something like that again, then your time conversing with this creature and your time on Helios may be cut short.
Lit.
It would not reply to you. It would simply dismiss you as you feel the edges of your vision go black, and this vision would end. As for Disa, you had cast detect thoughts on closing the gap with Nadira. Luckily, she was in a rather secluded spot. It seems like she went to extra effort to be away from everyone else. You would fall to your knees as you feel the poison pumping through your chest, and you feel awful. That hurt.
As soon as I'm able to, after nearly getting killed by that, essentially, I'm gonna run away!
As you should.
You would pass by Dr. Percy, who had helped himself to an area. And yeah, you have these black veins that are wilting your feathers at your chest, and these veins are crawling up your neck and are spidering onto your cheeks. And Dr. Percy would notice this, and you hear him call out,
Hey, what? Whoa, hey, Lisa,
and you see him stand from where he was, seemingly organizing things and talking to others, and approaches you. Whoa. What happened to you, Dees? Well, are you well? I have never seen rot like this. This looks vile. What did you touch? All right. Easy on the vocalizations. You have done enough. Let me see if I can help you. He does have a potion about him. And do a quick roll. Boom. You regain 27 hit points. As he would tilt your head back and produces a potion. It's not a potion like the humans of Highshire. It's in a vial and is labeled and has a strange shine to it. You imagine he may have made this himself because he's a smart guy. And you feel the alleviation as the necrosis in your chest is somewhat helped, though it still hurts and stings like something serious. You mind telling me what happened here?
Bad, terrible. Scorpions in my throat. Wasp in my stomach.
I understand. Look, listen, easy. Take deep breaths, deep and slow. I understand you have a rather bestial fascination with eating things that are unfamiliar to you, but you see that there are dangers in doing so. You need to choose your meals carefully, especially in times like this. Never seen something just usher necrosis. What did you eat?
It was the ice.
Didn't eat anything.
Can you explain what happened? If there's others in danger, then we need to know rather soon.
Bad, Nadira, bad. Hurts. Smiled when they
Nadira
hurt.
did this? Are you well to sit here?
Desolate will go ahead and nod, still trying to cough up whatever this is.
Alright. We will say that you are sat down to recover. It looks like the work that Percy has done has helped somewhat. As for Nadira off in your corner, you are still fast asleep in a very peaceful, dreamless sort of rest now. And there is the sound of footfalls as there's the sound of a group of people coming towards you in your rest. Your eyes flutter awake and you see that you are being surrounded by a number of people, including a few of the guards that had come from their watch outside, as you are shaken awake by Percy. Hey, come on. I mean, you've earned your rest, but there's trouble.
With what?
Kylak would speak. Nadira, looks like Disa hurt herself. She mentioned your name. Can you explain what happened? Do you know anything about this?
Would me being asleep in a corner tell you that I know anything? She's a klutz, who knows?
Be that as it may, if there's a threat here, we have to know about it. We haven't seen quite the injury like that before. Is there something here that may be potentially dangerous? Do you know anything that might help us figure out what's going on?
Not to my knowledge. Maybe she shouldn't go licking ice that's been out for God knows how.
Roll deception.
I'm also terrible at this.
roll to gaslight.
Pretty much.
That's honestly, I can't even... Other than, killing everybody. I can't do shit, so... Not that I would kill everybody.
Kylak would take a long time to kind of nod his head a little bit, and there's some further nagging questions that come from the crowd from a few of them. And eventually, Bercy and a few of the others would disperse. And Kylak would exchange a few words with these two outside of earshot before he reapproaches. Alright, well, we're just gonna have to keep some extra eyes on the inside because as much of a klutz as she may be, if there's a hazard in here, then we should know about it. A lot's happened, and we have a startographer in our I could ask him, I suppose. Just maybe sleep with one eye open. We don't want anyone else getting hurt.
I'll make sure to put my glasses on.
And with that, we go away. This guardsman would hang around a little bit, kind of in the general area, kind of as an inside patrol per se. Percy would hang at the door and glances at you over his shoulder for a second, like he wants to say something, but you see that there is exhaustion on his face, and ultimately decides it's probably not worth the trouble, and off he goes.
Yeah, that was a roll for me, B-Man, but yeah, Deeza's fucking scared shitless. Never fucking suffered anything like that before, so they're not gonna be staying here. They are finding someplace high and hidden to hide.
You should read my brain.
I think I scared her out of reading
promise you
anybody's
won't
brain.
get stabbed.
Jesus. Alright, give your DM a second here. With this, that, and that with this. Looks nice. Okay. Yeah, Disa, you are done with this. And find a sequestered location to hopefully not have any more big scaries come and rot your feathers.
Yeah, out of sight and out of reach.
Mm-hmm. If there's no further actions from any other members of the party, the rest of the night would fall onto each of you, and you all gain a well-needed long rest.
Let's go.
Well, should probably take that off. There we go.
Oh boy, time to choose spells.
I know, I always forget that I can do that.
Dagny, you would wake up, or Dira rather, actually, you wake up a bit earlier than you're used to. You got quite a good rest quite quickly. Didn't take much time at all. And you feel as if there is something in the back of your mind, almost prying, prodding, as if knowledge is asking to be known. I imagine you would let it in.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Let's see. You feel as if something had been watching you as of late, and something would become known to you. Give me 1 second here.
Okay.
I swear to God.
You people know nothing.
Oh my god, Christ, you have a lot of fucking spells.
Leave me alone.
She's a druid, man. What'd you expect?
I get everything and then I can just pick.
Well, you won't have to pick this one because this is always prepared. It looks like something was watching you last night and is seeking to aid your further interactions around here.
It was the hamster all along.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit. Foster's deceit? Is this a reverse zone of truth? The
Yes.
Why is the material component a silver tongue?
See, what you
Gotta
don't
be-
understand, it's quite literally a silver tongue.
No
It
shit,
is.
Sherlock.
No, I mean like a severed tongue that was dipped in silver.
Uh-huh.
That's literally what it is.
Oh my lord.
Oh.
This only has material components, so you can subtly cast this.
Oh. Okay.
God.
Just start doing it everywhere.
I was kind of like, I'm just gonna keep this on at all times.
I mean, with it being always prepared, you never have to expend preparation for it, for one thing, and
Yeah.
it's
That's
second
cool.
level. There we are.
And is this a spell? I mean, I guess I wouldn't know until I used it. That would garner awareness when I used it. Like I cast it, people will know.
You imagine you're going to have to test run it, but you have an inkling that if it's intentionally subtle, but it remains to be seen.
Gotcha.
Actually, not even. You would already know this. It's already in the detail of the spell. However, creatures affected by the spell don't know if they are not. Any wisdom checks to determine the truth are inconclusive. Succeeds or fails.
Oh, okay, I see.
So it only says you know whether they succeed or fail. Don't know if they are or not. So no, you know who passes and fails. But as for everyone else who's like actively making these saving throws, they don't even realize it.
Okay, got it. Got it.
Okay. And that brings us to the morning, fast forwarding a little bit, where the members of the party are awake. Startographer Genesis is in the center room, and it seems like preparations have been made for the center room to be cleared out of everyone except for yourselves, as it looks like he was awaiting your wakefulness. Everyone is free to move in and interact as they see fit.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and walk in.
What is it? Cobweb's still bleary-eyed. But he's like, "Yeah, what's on the agenda?"
We do hope that your rest was well needed. There is much to do.
Yeah.
We have coordinated with the denizens of this room, and we have orchestrated an air of discretion. As the heralds of the Cartographer Corps, you are the only ones that are worthy of trust on such an important asset.
Of course.
If you would follow me, we must move.
It seems as though Genesis is choosing their words carefully here, as to not diverge anything. It seems like they wish to have some privacy with all of you guys, and is leading you all out of the war room and towards the cliff, back down towards the bottom.
Right.
I would say, for the sake of just in the background, yeah, Disa is super quiet and super far away from you guys.
Okay. You have some distance from everyone else. All right.
Yeah, enough to, hear what's going on, but wide berth from fucking Shanae, the evil.
Okay.
The dark.
Off you go, as you follow Genesis in silence down the winding path towards where you initially teleported.
Okay. So, how do we do this?
When you reconstructed this form, you should know it was incomplete. There is enough of the present souls to form a singular consensus. However, there are certain abilities within my grasp that have been lost. One of those resides within Osora.
Alright.
We looking for more soul lanterns then?
Just one. One in particular that bore a special soul. One with the significance to control a powerful asset that lies behind this door. We trust that there will be careful usage, as its power is not entirely understood, other than, when wielded carefully, it can preserve life beyond death.
A lot of power.
Immortality, you mean?
Perhaps. collapse. As for cheating death, it is sought by many. This asset is able to do so. Its exact limits are a mystery, as there was little time to further discover it prior to all falling to the angels.
And without even giving a further word to any of you, many souls would leave out of Genesis in the form of lanterns and would interface with this door, hitting it in a certain sequence as though it knows it by heart. And eventually you would see this door begin to quake. And after a few moments, these gargantuan heliostone doors would shudder and open, and its contents would be revealed.
Oh boy.
A praetor.
I think you have that eye then.
Correct. This is the Praetor of Perseverance, able to restore life from death. The exact extent of this ability is not known to anyone. However, this is a being made of heliostone, thus an indestructible asset whose warpath can be stopped by few.
So we have a way into the city.
You have a way to reclaim your kingdom. You also have a way to Osora. The lantern, the aspect of myself residing within Osora's siege, is a special one that can interface with this being. When slotted to the area on the rear, there is a circular hole that will allow it to have unlimited access to its abilities. In layman's terms, from what we have experimented, insert this lantern into its back, and you will control this praetor.
Very well. Where do we find the soul within Osora?
It lay dormant within a war machine. I cannot give further description as the memory is not there. However, I detect uncertainty.
Uncertainty?
There's an object in your possession that was revealed. I can sense things through the cartographer core to a limited degree. This Eye of Sinadrea, it holds a similar power.
That is what Obosh told me.
If you would allow us to inspect it, we may be able to further discover this potential.
She will reach into the bag and pull out the third eye.
Genesis would lay a hand to it and it would begin to float on its own. Genesis is careful not to touch it themselves, and the chained lanterns would survey it closely. And after some time, it speaks.
This artifact is a bastardization of the work conducted by the Startographers. We had heard rumors that such work was being developed, but we had no resources to investigate for ourselves before the fall. This object is capable of giving you control of this praetor. If a horde of dragons lay in Osora, using this gem may be your only fighting chance to bring this praetor to Osora to recover the lantern. You should understand, using this stone will do two things. It will give you an opportunity to control this Praetor once. Its form is far too fragile. A single use will deteriorate it to nothing. Secondly, the one who decides to use this stone and take control of the Praetor will open themselves to the being who has created this stone. You will be permanently imprinted. We have ill understanding of this creator, this Sinadrea.
We've met Sinadrea, or at least I have.
I trust that you will come to your own thoughts on whether using this stone to assault Osora is the proper action to take.
But you said using it would destroy it.
That is correct. This would be a single usage. But, should you use this to take control of the Praetor to Osora, should you be successful in finding the lantern there, you will be able to then use the lantern to use it to further access the Praetor, as many times as needed.
That would be super helpful if we get bombarded by dragons.
Okay, just so I'm understanding correctly, we use the eye on it if we encounter those dragons and the Praetor not implant. What was the word again? Imprint on the person. Does that mean the person that did that can only control it after you get the lantern, or?
The one who uses the Eye of Sinadrea will be able to use this Praetor to control it here and now until your control is severed. From then on, you will not regain this ability. And forever after, you will have an imprint of this Sinadrea on your form. You must judge whether this risk is worth taking for this key to power.
What exactly would this imprint entail?
We do not know. We do not understand our adversary.
Reassuring.
I imagine with Lichdom in hand, they'd be able to have several chances of hunting you down and trying to kill you.
Should you have met this being prior and lived to tell a tale, it may not be as maniacal as other liches throughout history. We judge its goals may be more complicated.
I talked to it. I relayed some knowledge of what we had found then.
Weren't you guys on a mission for him when he found me? In the bog, swamp.
Well, he tasked me with finding his book, I believe. I'm trying to remember my notes. I know I wrote it down.
That was so long ago.
Yeah. Jesus.
So I can get you back up to speed. So you had met with him, and he was kind of stuck in his place in the stillborn moon.
Yes.
And he made a deal with you. Go find the Codex Necromortis, bring it back to him. He can then use that tome to be free and roam freely. And in exchange, he was going to tell you where Startographer Siratoth was.
That's right.
You were on the trail of the book, made a sudden right-hand turn to go to Claymora, and completely disregarded that pursuit.
Found Siratoth anyway.
Found Siratoth anyway, but it also seems like the Lich got free on his own somehow through other means. So you need to make the decision here whether using this eye to control this Praetor to get the lantern to then have unlimited access to the Praetor is worth taking the risk. I suggest you think about this carefully. One thing you do know, this thing, you've seen something just like it almost single-handedly demolish Highshire. It is remarkably powerful.
Yeah.
And you otherwise have little to fight against a horde of white dragons. which, as you saw and heard, and Jaxtel, you know firsthand, you had a big group of capable people who were ruffians from Undershire, and they mopped the floor with all of you.
Yeah.
As dangerous as it is,
Better than not dying?
yes. Those dragons are our responsibility. We need to take them out while we still can.
We're gonna need the big guy to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, if nobody else wants to mark, I'll do it.
You've done enough, Cobweb.
One who is well versed in arcane runes would have the most ease of access. However, conceivably, any of you could do it.
I'm just saying, I got special eyes.
In order to take control, one of you must make a potential sacrifice.
You said that the eye talked to you?
The eye, it doesn't really talk. It gives a sense of power. I definitely could feel that when he gave me that one spell, which I have not used. It's almost terrifying in a way how much power that thing had. And the fact that it was smart enough, strong enough to be able to bastardize this process, I'd rather it be used so that he doesn't get a chance to use and become more powerful than he already is.
It's worth the risk.
So, before we come to a final decision, I will ask all of you, as she just basically kind of holds the stone out in her hand. Which of you will be the one to make the sacrifice?
I'll do it.
Are you sure?
You guys found me and we went through a battle together. I'm willing to do it.
Disa, who has kind of been off and away,
Here we go.
silent and attentive. Oh, don't here we go, me. Fuck you.
I'll say up front, Disa, you don't know the connection between Sinadrea and the deer at the moment. However, you do have your reservations about her, which is valid.
Yeah, no. But yeah, Disa's gonna fucking just fly and perch over here. And seemingly having worked up the courage to spout something, is going to ask Nadira, why did you smile?
What?
What are you on about, Diza?
Just
Question
Mm-hmm.
for Brandon.
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm allowed to... Hang on, I'm trying to figure out how to do this without fucking this up. There we go. So if I wanted to enact this, I could do it right now.
Yes.
Okay. Whipping that shit out.
Alright. That would affect everybody here. So, everyone go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a form of charm at all?
Let me see here. Let's find out.
Because I don't know if I would get the elf thing.
Let me see here. Yeah, it is an enchantment. So I think that correct me if I'm wrong. I think that qualifies the enchanted. Yeah. So I think that you do have your resistances.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Oh.
24.
What's the DC?
15.
So
Nice.
it beats it.
Everybody passed.
Jesus Christ! Uses smell everyone. I ain't having none of that bullshit.
Well, you're not getting anything out of him.
We see through any bullshit, says Genesis.
Wait, what? Your DC was what, 15?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh god, everybody passed!
Everybody
oh,
passed.
That sucks. Jesus Christ.
Sad.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens. I'm not like salty
Yeah.
about it.
everyone is none the wiser. However, Nadira, you felt your spell go out. The zone of lies is now active, and none of them are affected.
None of them are affected. It's fine. Worth a shot.
Tisa, what are you talking about?
Diza's just steadfastly staring at Nadira, awaiting an answer.
I'm staring right back.
Nadira?
Something happened?
Somebody felt like crawling through my head.
Tisa, what have I told you?
Yeah, you gotta ask for permission for that.
Oh, consent's not a thing, I think.
Did you forget already?
Turmoil must be cut at the root. An empire that crumbles from its enemies can be rebuilt, but one that crumbles within stays dead forever. This matter must be resolved before making a life-altering decision for all of us.
Are you talking about the eye, or?
Genesis would nod his head, and you get the idea that what he means, there's a bit of a spat going on right now. This needs to be settled now before taking control of a fucking praetor.
Is the rot still present on Diza's feathers?
Long rested and have your HP back, so, I mean, functionally, she's healthy. However, a lot of her feathers on her chest appear a bit wilted.
Tisa, what happened?
Diza very determinedly is going to repeat the question. Why did you smile?
Tisa,
Defending myself while you were inside my head without my permission? Wow. Standing up for oneself, who would have thought?
You cast a spell on her in your sleep?
Telling me you don't? When
think
people
that was
invade your
possible.
space without talking? Can y'all not do that?
I mean, this is the first I've heard of it. But
I mean, okay, wait,
Seen it happen to someone
Nadira,
else.
did this happen while you were... Did you cast a spell when you were asleep or awake? Because I don't think people can generally cast while they're asleep.
if they're inside their mind and they have that whatever spell prepared, I think it would work just the same.
I think it would work the same, I would assume.
I don't know. That's weird. Never really
you
heard
never
of
dream
that.
fought with somebody?
I've
Happens to me and my
dream
siblings all
fought
the
with
time.
somebody, but I've never really had that somebody be, using a spell to enter my mind. That's kind of new territory, I think, for everyone.
Mental invasion, who would have thought?
Well, it's
Answer.
What is,
even-
but what does she mean by why did you smile?
Because I smiled. Because when I defend myself against people who go in my head unwillingly, yeah, I'm gonna smile. Get the fuck out of my head.
Ugh.
That
That sounds a little
that-
sadistic.
exactly what I was thinking.
I'm guessing.
Eh,
We have different
I
versions
mean,
of sadistic.
shouldn't have been in their head, Diza, but it's a little worrying kind of reaction. Well, not
Fah.
not the defending yourself in your mind part, the smiling part. Ugh.
I mean, I don't know how much, to be honest, I'm gonna bother defending myself when ever since what happened back in that village on the Isle of Contempt, I feel like you're just gonna assume things anyway. So,
If
You
we were
weren't in your right
assuming
mind.
things, we
You
would have
weren't-
assumed you were doing this out of complete and utter maliciousness. The way I see it is you protected yourself in your mind, which Diza should have asked to enter. I'm a little freaked out that you smiled about hurting someone, but whatever, you do you.
I want to go ahead and cast Major Image. And, with the spell, I did kind of want to showcase just, the image of her, and then me. Like, at the time when what I'm talking about happened with Major Image. To show that, I was fucking paralyzed on the ground, and she was, over there, smiling and fucking giving me a super heart attack.
Ping the spell. I want to make sure that it can paint a scene with multiple creatures in it.
I believe Major Image, he's got like a 20 by 20 foot cube that he can make kind of
I just wanted to see the description just to be doubly sure of it.
Let me go ahead. Boop. Right there.
Create the image of an object, creature, or some visible phenomenon that's no more than larger than 20 feet.
I mean, visible phenomenon's pretty interpretive. I don't see why not, to be honest. I mean, I think that's fine. I'd say that's fair game. So yeah, you would go ahead and recreate within this space the scene that had taken place within that strange land where you were on the ground and Adira had cast a spell at you.
Wait,
Everyone would see it in detail.
That spell.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you
I immediately pull back with the stone in hand.
Fine. Someone else lay down their life.
Why did you use that spell on her?
Because she went in my head. Don't go in my head.
And you did the same thing when we took that book away from you.
Because I wasn't mentally correct? And I was mind altered?
Can I... Well,
None of that was a lie.
Are you
Wait. What do you mean, was? We never removed the curse.
Oh, Well, we destroyed the thing, though, Cobweb.
You're
but
right.
Destroying the thing doesn't remove the curse.
Yeah, the curse lingers. It's not...
I mean... Yeah, no, I think... Yeah, you guys brought that up. I actually have that spell.
We figured destroying the book would cure her symptoms, but
she still has pieces of the book.
What?
Well,
Zozos pulled pages from behind her ear.
Oh, shh.
Did everybody see me take the pages from him? Or is that something that they just saw on screen?
So they saw the pages be plucked, but they did not see the pages be handed to you. And
so they have no idea.
So for everyone that witnessed the thing that Zozros did, you understand that it's not concrete evidence. It did say that there was a Gilthun that was watching her in some capacity, but the pass off of the page was not seen by anyone. That was yeah.
Okay, well, maybe some residual curse is lingering after we destroyed it. Nadira, are you willing to let me cast remove curse on you, just to remove that suspicion?
To the best of my mental knowledge, would him doing that remove it completely?
So, why don't you make a religion check for this?
Oh, Jesus. All the things I'm bad at. Yeah, shocker.
Hard to be certain. It doesn't feel like a curse. It feels more like an arrangement. That being said, Arathal has the latent energies of Zula at his disposal, so you don't know what this is going to do. However, just as some free insight, given the situation...
Yeah, I have no choice.
It may be good to do this, just not to shadow relations with these people, because if they are suspicious now, they're only going to be a hindrance on further steps to pursuing your goals. Considering how strong this Gilthun is and how the book had survived in some capacity, you think that this simple spell may not be a full severance, even if it's severance at all. but you're not sure.
I hold out my hands to Erithal. Let's go skip in the field, elf boy.
I prefer skips in the park. As I'm going to grab
What
that
a
hand
high
and just...
elf.
Oh. Okay, and...
To both Erithal and Nadira, you feel a certain corridor, a certain something in the recesses of Nadira almost shudder and recoil away as this happens. Like Erithal, you had just projected a sort of metaphysical light onto Nadira, and whatever shadow that was being cast has receded to imperceptibility. There was something there, and you seemingly beamed it off.
Okay, to my perspective, it's gone then.
Yes.
Alright,
Wholeheartedly.
well, whatever was there is gone now. So...
Yet I still want to slit people's throats. Who would have thought?
Wow. Okay. Hey, maybe I should take the eye.
Boo.
But yeah, Disa is getting more and more angry up on their perch here, kind of huffing and puffing with angry chirps in their throat. Answer! Why did you smile?
Disa, calm yourself.
No.
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 Did you enjoy hurting me?
I enjoy hurting everybody. It's called sadism and masochism.
Disa?
Some people are into that. Try me, bird boy. Bird girl, I guess.
Are you satisfied with
cast
this
Guardian
answer
of
now,
Faith every
Disa?
time I sleep?
Given the long duration of Major Image, I did want to go ahead and kind of program the illusion to audibly repeat everything I saw in that little dream sequence.
Hold on.
It can make noises, it can talk, but it's pretty much
Yeah.
me drawing from my memory.
All right, I guess like you get the basic gist of. It's only so big, so it'd be Nadira restrained.
Yeah, no, so it's more so kind of just instead of like the illusion is focused on her, but I assume there's like the red light chains and the sound and talk that happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm 100% snitching on her.
As for Dagny, when you see this depiction, it rings familiar bells. With this tapestry being wrapped around Nadira, you've seen this before in some capacity, and then it hits you. This is the same kind of connection that Garrock had with this strange deity. And you think about this being, whatever it is, and the way Garrock had behaved when he was conversing. It's definitely a darker entity. Whether it's inherently and unequivocally evil or not is still a bit subjective. Garrock did have a moral compass, even though if he was a bit more out there than others. So it's troubling but equally perplexing.
Yeah, I think she just kind of... She's hearing this conversation in the illusion going on, that it clicks for her, and she kind of gets a flash of Garrock in her mind, and then she very slowly turns back around towards Nadira. You made a deal with him.
You made a deal with a lich. Why are you any better than me?
Good point.
You made a deal with a lich to bring him his scary book of death so that he could be free, scary lich.
I had no intention of doing it.
A deal is a deal, sweet cheeks. He wasn't gonna let you forget it. He still hasn't, and now he's probably out of his own volition.
And you want to take the book from him.
What?
He doesn't even have the book.
Dagny, I don't. You wouldn't be able to draw that conclusion.
Yeah, like
All right, forget.
What the fuck?
Excuse me. I forgot that. Excuse me.
Just to remind you, what I showed you is what, from my perspective, and I was cut off.
Yeah, it was after the spell. I forgot. Excuse me.
Yeah, there's no connection to Cena's
Like,
right
let's
here.
not get metagamey here.
I'm sorry. That I forgot.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Whatever, it's a slip of the tongue. We'll revert that.
Freudian slip.
While all this is going on, Genesis has his hands clasped behind his back, and he would sit there hovering, surveying all of this. His many lanterns are surveying each of you as this is going on. It is granted he does not have an expression given the nature of his form. He definitely is studying the dynamic very closely.
At the time, we had no clue of where to find Sinadrea. We've found Sinadrea on our own, but now... I mean, we found Ceratoth on our own, excuse me. Like, we had nothing else to go on. We just were transported to the rotting waters, and we didn't know where we were going. It wasn't until we came onto that college that we had any inkling that there was a startographer there.
It doesn't matter. You don't get to be judgmental over one person making a deal when you've done it yourself. Period. Do not be a hypocrite. Judge me all you want for whatever you saw.
You're right, goddammit!
Yeah, I know!
You're right. I don't expect your forgiveness, but I do apologize.
You should never forget anything. It's when it bites you in the ass.
Be that as it may. And given my reservations, given I don't know what Gilthone is, except an inkling. Are you still willing to take on the task? As I offer up the third eye.
Nadira, if you don't want to, I will.
All my friends and family are probably dead. I might as well join them. I will be the sacrificial lamb.
Diesel,
I will hold out.
Somewhat annoyed of having her question still unsatisfactorily answered and getting essentially ignored, is just going to chime in. So what you're telling me is you enjoyed hurting me?
Perhaps the specifics on the involvement of this creature are relevant compared to the task at hand. So long as there is a majority agreement, it seems as though these steps should soon be taken. Every moment passing is another moment that Highshire further crumbles. You may not need to have a total understanding of one another, but your cooperation on the hardships ahead is paramount. This is a good first example of creating that dynamic. I had experienced a similar development myself with the other startographers. Different perspectives offer conflict through time. It is inevitable.
Even with Jenny's interruption, Lisa does very much look like they want to answer that question that they gave Nadira.
And I will not deign to give you one.
As for Erithal, Jaxthal, Dagny, and Cobweb, what are your current dispositions towards the situation?
Well,
at
if I can't have it, then I want Erithal to have it. I'm gonna be honest. If anyone here can fight a lich, my money's on him.
I could care less who gets the shiny rock.
Fair enough.
I just want to get this show on the road.
If none of you will take it on, I will.
I mean, with Erithal's conversation with Diesel last night and the kind of regret with Cobweb having to because of his indecision or like freezing up in this situation. He personally feels like he has to.
Based off what Genesis said about whoever, somebody with experience with runes would have an easier time. Does me versus Aerithal, does one of us have more experience with runes? Is that a thing we would know?
So, let's see here.
Not even to level the playing field, but just in all honesty.
I mean, both being casters yourself, you both have some experience with it. So either would fall into it. It really depends. I mean, like, neither of you would know who's more rune inclined than the other, but it's safe just as a blanket statement that you're both equally on the same height as far as that's concerned. However, there is someone else who definitely has a particular interest in runes that goes a little bit further, but that doesn't seem to be on the table at the moment.
He already lost an eye. He doesn't have to give up.
Look,
Dude,
Cobweb.
tell me. Okay, listen. Let me make my case. All right. Now, I know you guys seem to be boohoo, pity partying me. Stop that right now. Honestly, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not some baby. I can handle it. I was born for this, as a matter of fact. And that thing right there is an analog to the thing that blew my friend out of existence. And I'm going to use it to burn down the people responsible.
My kind of spirit.
Plus-
I say give it to Cobweb.
if you can't decide between yourselves, why not just give it to the impartial party who, at the end of the day,
Give zero
just
fucks.
wants to get out of here? and then Jaxlo holds open his hand.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I put mine down and back out.
Everyone just has their hand forward.
I just want to get this going.
Oh,
Listen,
fuck's sake, you guys.
would any of you guys even know what you were looking at? I mean, come on. This isn't even an emotional decision. This is purely based on factually. It should be me. Listen, all right. I know.
Agni takes a knee.
And just give it to little One Eye. Let's get this going.
Cobweb.
Mm.
If things go wrong, what do you want written on your gravestone?
Fuck.
Bruh.
He was the biggest one in the group.
Well, after we take Highshire back, we're gonna need that phosphorus for farming, so just dump me in a river.
You deserve to be remembered for all you've done.
I'll be remembered by my deeds, thank you very much. I don't need any statues. Although, a statue would be pretty cool.
What do you wish written on your epitaph?
I don't know. Fuck, I never thought of that. Why do you gotta ambush me with these kind of questions?
Perhaps it is not for him to say. Cobweb, do you accept the responsibility of the Praetor of Perseverance?
Hell yeah.
Step forward.
Well, she will take Cobweb's hand. She will put the third eye in and sort of fold his fingers over it. And then let him go.
All right. So, Genesis would usher you forward, and it would instruct you, as there's quite a bit of a climb to get to the top of this thing. Particularly, as he points out, there is a circular port of sorts in the center of the back. And thinking back to the Praetor of Change, there was that huge star trail that was being fed into the back of it. It's one and the same, as Genesis would give you the details. And it really comes down for your move. Genesis would step aside and would await your move to approach and climb the Praetor to interface with this port.
About how tall is where that port is? Where would you say? Probably more than 90 feet?
It's around there, yeah.
Okay. Let me see here.
You have a Jaeger.
Placing the stone into his satchel. Also, yeah, that's kind of fucking cool. Cobweb is going to fucking sprint at the thing. Before Spider Monkey clinging to the side and climbing up.
With all of the ornate details on this extremely intricate body, all made of heliostone. There's a reverberance with every handhold that you take as you climb this thing. You pass by this glowing chest that has this white energy that is pulsing throughout. The interior of this chamber is illuminated by this perpetual white flame that is being suspended just above its head. And you would climb to its back, where there is a circular port big enough for you to stand inside of. And you look around and see there is this extremely detailed lattice structure, all made of heliostone, that comes to a point at the center of this circular hole in its back. And you feel a thrum coming from the Eye of Sinadrea, as though it is beckoning you to put the stone to the center point.
Oh, well, I'm not getting any younger. As he pulls out the rock, places it on the table, and just sort of stands by.
All right. And I presume you're making contact with the eye to this port.
Mm-hmm.
You do so, and there's a sudden shudder as this entire massive body of heliostone quakes, and it sends a bit of a shiver down everyone's spine as something of immeasurable power has just been touched with the control of Cobweb. And you hear it strum to life as it begins to shake. Cobweb, you see the gemstone light up a brilliant green and disperse and disintegrate. You feel this green energy as you see it would enter your palm and would shockwave through your entire body as your senses would leave your own body and would enter the Praetor of Perseverance. We are. Cobweb, you're in full control.
Holy shit. Alrighty.
So cool.
Fucking, Cobweb gives it a little test, wiggles the fingers, you know.
Yeah. Your motions are its own, and your finger motions, you're moving the arms, you feel its body, and it's one of the strangest and most empowering sensations you have ever felt. You are bigger than perceivably any other creature on Helios.
You truly are the biggest now.
Inwardly, he's like, damn straight. As he, his palm descends, as if inviting the others to climb on.
Jill, go ahead and walk forward.
All right. Did the stat block pop up for everybody okay?
I
A
didn't see a
picture
stat
of
block.
it did.
I
Yeah,
have
I
the...
didn't see any like details, but
Okay.
technically.
Yeah.
Please hold. Oh, that's fucking stupid. It updated it. That's dumb.
There it goes. Holy shit.
There you go.
Oh
It
my
only
god.
has 3 legendary resistances.
Would I still be able to communicate telepathically while linked to this thing?
You,
That's so cool.
while in control of this, cannot speak, but you can perceive everyone else around you. This thing has true sight of 150 feet and has a passive perception of 10.
Oh, fair
You
enough.
would attempt to speak, but you would just feel the life-altering powers within this would whirl throughout its body. Which, at that notion, you truly feel some of the capabilities you can do, even with your limited control of this thing. As I will direct your attention towards the bottom of the stat block, this thing can cast Revivify and Resurrection at will.
That's awesome.
Holy shit.
That's so cool.
God damn.
And
Alrighty, well, given that he can't speak, Cobweb inwardly screams, "This is fucking deadly!" As he sort of ducks under the gate, or rather the, what do you call it? The door frame, rather.
All right, and I presume everyone is hopping on.
Yes.
Yeah, I will
Nope.
like manifest echo, swap, manifest echo, swap, and just like climb up
Going
to
on
a
a trip.
good spot like that.
All right. For everyone who is climbing aboard, you do so, which I imagine is everyone but Dista.
Aye.
And with that, you begin to take your first steps. And that's a good point to end this session.
There is, there is one last thing I did want to do. If it's alright.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can save for next time, I don't care.
Yeah, save for next time. It's almost midnight.
Hell yeah.
Oh boy, we did it.
I have
my
become Death
gosh.
Destroyer.